Of the City Council to order. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Yes. Councilmember Carr.
Here.
Councilmember Panduro.
Here.
Councilmember Tonison.
Here.
Councilmember Varo.
Here.
Councilmember Williams. Here. Vice Mayor Bertani.
Here.
And Mayor Moy.
Here. And tonight our invocation will be presented by Worship Pastor Joe Smith from Calvary Baptist Church. Hi, Pastor.
Just clarification, I'm not a worship pastor, so I do not sing at all. I'm the regular pastor, so I can bring the word but not sing the word. Well, let's go ahead and go to the Lord in prayer.
All right.
Lord, we're so thankful for this council and the leaders in this room. Lord, we pray that you be with each one of them. Many of them may be coming in tonight, maybe with some heavy hearts or some things that are on their minds. And so, Lord, I pray that you give them clarity of mind now as they begin to be a part of making decisions for the future of our city. So, Lord, I pray that you give them wisdom, that you give them clarity when it is needed. Lord, we ask those that are here tonight, some are to present things that are burdening them, things that are important to them. And so, God, some of them right even now may be a little bit nervous. I pray, Lord, that you'd also give them clarity of mind and wisdom as they seek to share the things that are on their heart. God, we pray that you bless this council. We pray that you bless the people that are here tonight and those that are watching and listening. And God, we ask you that you keep your hand of protection upon our city. For it's your name I pray. Amen.
Amen. And Councilwoman Williams, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight? All right, we'll go ahead and do council reports now. So I'm going to start with you, Councilman Carr.
All right, Mayor, I got real brief. I've been real busy doing lots of things, but was able to attend one of my favorite, to this date, one of my favorite events was the Vine to Table down on Texas Street. It was just perfect. The food was great. The weather was perfect. The company was perfect. If anybody has a chance next year to do that, I highly recommend it. I mean, it was pretty surreal. My wife couldn't come, so I brought one of my buddies from back in the day that we used to hang out down there, and here we were sitting on Texas Street underneath the Fairfield sign having dinner. So again, next year, they had room too. It was pretty full, but there was room, so I really highly suggest that. Secondly, we did have a meeting with the Madam Vice Mayor, our PFOW problem ongoing, and I think it went really well. I think we got some problems solved, and we brought together a community. It was nice to see that. Other than that, that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Vice Mayor Bertani.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Just a few things following up on what Councilman Carr said. We did have a PFOL meeting on Saturday at Rolling Hills Elementary School, and after a little bit over 2 hours, I'm happy to say that I think that we heard more consensus in the room than differences, and that's what happens when people have a chance to sit down and speak to each other across the table and build relationships. So we're going to have a follow-up meeting. We're going to be looking at some existing documentation governing that project with the PFOL, and I'm looking forward to getting to a solution that everyone can live with, right? Because that's the art of negotiation. Nobody gets everything they want, but you get to a point where you can live with it. So that's what we're going to be continuing to work on. Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Mr. Tonison. Thank you, Kay Patrice, for being there and helping to facilitate the meeting. I appreciate that very much. And I also want to say that we have our CAN meeting, the Clergy Action Network. The pastor who just presented as a member of CAN, thank you for showing up and praying, and all the work that you do on CAN. We'll be discussing the Thanksgiving meal that we're preparing for November 21 at Willow Hall. As I reported last week, we do have all of the turkeys that we need, over 70 turkeys donated. So thank you to everyone in the community who's contributed to that effort. Looking forward to having a great event. And I'll give you more information as we go, but it will be at Willow Hall Tuesday, November 21, and the meal will commence at around noon. It'll be hot, good food for any families who want to come and join us for that event. Looking forward to that. Also wanted to congratulate Jesse Branch, Sergeant Major Jesse Branch, who turned 90 years old this month, and we attended a birthday celebration for him. It was really like a 5-star event over at Bethel Community Church. Kay Patrice presented the proclamation, and Councilwoman Panduro came, and I think I saw you out there on the dance floor, did I? Oh, okay. But it was a ton of fun, and just really want to thank Jesse Branch, Sergeant Major, for all of the work that he continues to do. It's unbelievable that this man is 90 years old. If you saw him, you wouldn't believe it. He knows the secret. So I'll be filtering him out for that secret. But he is doing great, and want to thank Bethel Community Church for doing a stupendous job in giving that celebration. And then the last thing I want to report, this is really good news. I'm working on a legislative study committee now through the Uniform Law Commission and the California Commission on Uniform State Laws, and we're studying drafting some implementation legislation. As some of you may know, earlier this year, the president signed into law some legislation that allows our military spouses, as their, our servicemen and women are deployed to different states and bring their families. Many of those spouses are licensed nurses, teachers, licensed professionals, and have been having difficulty, to say the very least, difficulty in having their licenses, their professional licenses recognized from state to state. California has a law on the books. Some other states have a law on the book. Now we have federal legislation, but what we don't have is a uniform approach and a strategy for recognizing licenses from state to state to state. This is about supporting our military families. And I'm excited about this committee that I'm on through the Uniform Law Commission, because what we're studying and the legislation that we'll be drafting for implementation across all the states, so we have a uniform procedure, is implementation legislation so that when a military serviceman or woman goes to a new state and their husband and wife and everyone comes with them, the licensed non-military spouse will be able to have a uniform, fairly expedited procedure for having their nurse's license recognized so they can get to work and support their families. What a concept. Makes sense, right? So I'm very thankful for the Uniform Law Commission and for being a part of this legislative effort, and I'll keep you updated. But to our military families, help is on the way. That's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. And Councilwoman Panduro.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. So I attended a few events this weekend, and then I have some events to report on. So I wasn't able to attend the PFAL meeting with my colleagues because I was actually panelist for the annual California Association of Student Councils. So it's a nonprofit founded in 1947 by the California Department of Education with the mission of developing the futures of our next leaders and then empowering youth in areas of civic engagement. So it was held at the county building, and we had students come in from Solano County, Yolo, and Contra Costa. They presented around issue areas that were important to them, and then they created their own policies and or ways to combat those issues. So they presented on substance abuse, mental health, access to information regarding college information, and then financial literacy. So that was really a great privilege to be able to sit there and watch our future leaders come up with something that's really bothering them and they have great concern over as young people, and then come to the table and really bring solutions, whether it was a resource fair or policy or change to policy. And then we, the panel, were able to give them feedback on the issues that they brought forth. So it was a great morning. And then, so Dia de los Muertos, Day of the Dead, is celebrated, and it's coming up, and it's celebrated and observed November 1st and November 2nd. And so I bring it up because it's an important celebration to recognize. It's when we, as families, acknowledge that our loved ones have passed and they come and visit our families. And we build altars in recognizing them. And at Solano Community College, they're doing an amazing job out there recognizing this celebration of Dia de los Muertos. And they have built a couple of altares or altars to recognize the dead. And the exhibition just opened today, and it runs today through November 3rd. And they have two at the Fairfield campus, at the art gallery at the library, and then they have one at the Vallejo campus and one at the Vacaville campus. So I encourage the community to go out and visit the altares and the ofrendas that are for the Day of the Dead. And the exhibits run now through November 3rd and every Monday through Friday from 9 to 5. And they're beautiful. They're absolutely gorgeous. And for more information, visit the Solano College, either Instagram or Facebook, and the schedule's on there as well. And then tomorrow, we have something exciting happening over on North Texas. We have the grand opening and ribbon cutting of Food for Less. So I'm really excited to be there. Myself and some of my colleagues, the Vice Mayor, will be there to say a few words. So the store officially opens at 9 a.m. And they are saying that the first 100 shoppers that show up will get a swag bag with a coupon worth $10 to $100. So be there and see if you can get lucky with the swag bag. And then tomorrow, also at 12 o'clock, the North Texas Business Street Association is having a business watch meeting. What this means is that our HIT team, our homeless intervention team, and our community action team are going to come together to talk to businesses on North Texas, and they're going to be meeting at Your Town Cafe. So at the very end, at the beginning of North Texas, and we'll be there from 12 to about 1, and businesses get to ask questions around homelessness and other issues that PD could answer for them. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Vaccaro, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. First of all, I wanted to follow up on what Councilman Carr said, that the Vine the Table dinner downtown, that was my first year going. It was pretty great. Raised a lot of money, saw a lot of people that do a lot for the city, so hopefully I'll be attending next year also. I also attended the ribbon cutting for Valley Strong Credit Union over on Oliver Road. A lot of people attended that. A lot of my colleagues were there. And then the rest of my report will probably be done on the item on Cap Solano. There are a 2x2 homeless committee that myself and Councilwoman Panduro sit on. I know we're going to go into a little bit of detail on that, so I won't bore everybody right now who won't be staying for the whole meeting. And the last thing, I'd be remiss, and I think all of us would be remiss, to not pray for the people that are suffering in the Middle East right now. I know it's just an incredible hardship on so many families, and so many people have lost their lives, young babies and parents and grandparents, and it's just the suffering there is unbelievable. So I think our prayers need to go out for everybody in the Middle East who's suffering, and probably will continue for a while, unfortunately. So that's my report, Mayor, and I'll follow up on the Cap Solano. Thank you.
Councilman Tonis, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I was at the Valley Strong ribbon cutting with Rick. Valley Strong opened up on Oliver Road, and if you've seen the big building going up on Manuel Campos at the corner of the on-ramp to the freeway, that's their headquarters, but they did open up another office on Oliver Road. I attended the Fairfield Open tennis tournament Sunday. That's amazing. Those players are amazing, and some of them have gone on to to win U.S. Opens. There was a major champion that was there in the crowd, so it was pretty fascinating being there, and you can get a seat right up front. It was just crazy, and the speed. Television doesn't do that speed any justice. Those kids hit the ball fast. And then I'll finish with we had another outstanding open house at Fire Station 37. They do a fantastic job out there. I was told, and I'm going to put Marshall Conte on the spot, that 2 years ago there was 250 hot dogs that were gone. Last year there was 400 that were gone. This year there was 520, and were they gone? Gone. So 400. So it's a fantastic showing. Just the watching the kids play with, drag the dummies and hit the spray the water. It's a fantastic evening, and the kids have a great time. So thank you, Fire Department. Thank you, Marshall Conte, for cooking the hot dogs. That's all for me, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to focus my report, before I do that, I am extremely excited that Valley Strong is here and I didn't realize that was their headquarters that was being built, but they are a credit union that is very strongly rooted in small business development and entrepreneurship. And I know them from another area in the state where they really put a lot of money and energy into entrepreneurship. So I am just thrilled that they are here, and they picked Fairfield. That's pretty cool. So for the remaining of my report, I would like to talk about California Forward. It's the California Economic Summit that I attended last week. It had about 800 participants, and it included local and state governments, nonprofits. Their high point was really talking about looking at economic development through, so there's something out there called SURF that is a huge pot of grant dollars that is going throughout California. It's divided into regions. And so we are part of a region. And so those SURF dollars, those have been kind of rebranded into California Jobs First program. So California Jobs First program. And what's amazing about this is, they really were giving kind of code and how to win this money, this grant dollars for the government and for the community. They said we could only win if we do it regional, if we took a regional approach. Workforce development, entrepreneurship, community-based organizations, local and county governments, all going for these dollars together to boost job creation, economic development with an equity lens. It also has a climate lens as well. And I'm trying to read it on a little screen, hold on. And we could only do this together, and it was a way for us to tap in for these grant dollars that were infrastructure, transportation, and homelessness dollars as well. I did hear through the grapevine that Napa Solano Labor Council is one of the groups that are going after these SURF dollars. And by the way, these dollars they come from the federal government, and it's through the California infrastructure bill, that huge $1 trillion bill that is coming through. So anyway, to understand federal dollars and how it lands here locally, and how it needs to be done together, it was just pretty eye-opening for me. And I'm looking forward to learning more. You can go to their website, do a Google search, go to their website, get on their newsletter. So if you're interested in all this awesome stuff, you can be on their list. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I have a few things. Wanted to start off with on Friday, I attended what was a really somber event in Vacaville at the Shabbat Solano Center for Jewish Life. 150 people came out to pray for those who had been slaughtered in the terrorist attacks in Israel, and also for all of the innocents that have been impacted or will be impacted by the ongoing war. I was really struck by a woman who stood up and said that her son, whom she raised in Vacaville, and he graduated from Vacaville High School, he has always been proud to be a Jew, and he became a citizen of Israel, and now he's gone over to fight the war. And so this mother in Vacaville has a son in the war. So it's not, there are more people from Solano County and around our country who we have gone to school with or done business with, who are very affected by all of this. And obviously, we have some of that also in the Palestinian side. And so I continue to pray, and they did, that innocents will be spared. And I appreciate Councilman Varo for bringing that up. It was very touching. And I wanted to say that I am a member of the Solano County Water Agency. The mayor of each city is part of that. And on our next agenda, which is next month, we are going to be talking about Flannery or California Forever. They want to work, what they're looking for is water. And you get water around here through the water agency. Now, all of the water actually in Solano County is already spoken for. Cities and so on have it. But we are still going to hear it. And so if citizens want to be there, it's next month, and you can look it up at Solano County Water Agency. I think it's the second week, and I think it's the second week. But anyway, it's going to be very interesting because what they're saying is that they want to try to invest in getting more money out of the bay. I mean, getting more water out of the bay and cleaner water, because the pumps and so on that we use right now are, they get clogged and so on. And the upgrade would cost $1 billion. And they're thinking that, maybe they could do something with all the billionaires that are investing. They obviously want money, water for the town, the cities, maybe up to 3 that they want to build. So I wanted to let people know in case you want to attend that meeting. Again, that's the Solano County Water Agency. And then on the PFAL issue, I want to thank everybody who was there, and for you, Madam Vice Mayor, for leading that effort. I was not there. I was sick. I had a virus, not the virus, but a virus. So instead, I went and did some research and found what the city had done in the past to prepare when we took over that site. It was donated to us, the land, 6-7 acres, and there were 50 PFAL at the time on the land. And after years of work that included going to UC Davis and getting experts on PFAL and hiring a veterinarian and getting concurrence from the residents and getting concurrence from a unanimous vote from the city council, they put together everything from when these animals should breed. They have adoption papers, because if they got more than 25, which is what the experts say, the herds should be no bigger than 25 or 30 because it's unhealthy for the birds. And we also, it's illegal to actually feed the birds in our city. And I thought people should know that. So I sent that out to the vice mayor and to the city manager. And I know we're going to have other meetings. But, there's been a lot of work on this. I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel. We want to listen to everybody. But there was a lot of work, a lot put into it. And if we were to do that now and pay for all of that, it would be a lot of money. So, we'll see how that goes, but I just wanted everybody to know. And then the last thing is this last week, I was among a group of wonderful women that Congressman Garamendi named Women of the Year, and I was one of those, but I probably shouldn't have been when I saw the other women who were there. One woman is 100 years old. She's still working, and she is a ranger, and she was also one of the original Rosie the Riveters from World War II. Wow, how do you even stay in the same room with that? It was amazing. There were some powerful women, beautiful women, and so I was really honored and beyond humbled, and then thinking, whoa. But it was a wonderful, wonderful ceremony, and I loved seeing the other women there. And that's it. I know that was a little lengthy, and so, Mr. City Manager, do you have a report?
Yeah, just 2 quick updates for you. We'll have some information coming out here very soon, but last week, I'm proud to say that we met with the new ownership of Solano Town Center, Spinoza Real Estate Group. They are looking to come in and invest heavily in the mall. So we've started the process of identifying what that might look like, and I'm very pleased to tell the City Council that their vision is very much in line with the City Council's vision as through the conversations that we've had with the general plan update. So more to come on that. Hopefully within the next couple of weeks, one of their development folks is going to be coming out and meeting with city staff and starting to talk through what that process looks like. But ultimately, it was very encouraging. I know the mall is something that's very important that we hear a lot in the community about, seeing that come back to life a little bit. So that was very encouraging. And then just a little bit of a selfish plug. The various Rotary groups in the area every year put on a pumpkin patch in partnership with the Western Railway Museum off of Highway 12. So the next couple of weekends, Saturday or Sunday, if anybody wants to take a good family outing, I encourage everyone to come out. Not only will you have a good time, affordable time for the family, but it also raises funds that go back into youth programming in the community. That is my report, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any changes to the agenda?
No, there are not.
And you're right, we're really excited about this.
Of
and
good news.
Yeah, the city council, and yes, it's going to be good. I'm excited. Mr. City Attorney.
I have nothing to report. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, do you have a report?
Not a report, but just still need volunteers for the Veterans Day Parade on November. It's a Saturday, November 11th. We need volunteers from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. So please contact me if you're interested. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go ahead and turn to presentations now.
Presentation 1, Proclamation Declaring Breast Cancer Awareness Month, presented by Mayor Moy. And I don't have on here who you're presenting to.
Donna and Jason Quintero.
Oh, yes, with Pink Lemonade,
There
right?
you are. Come
Thank
on
you.
up. And thank you for coming. And thank you for what you all do every day and all the time. There's the boss lady. Okay, here we go. So just so you know, they created and run a nonprofit. It's called Pink Lemonade. You probably have heard of it. And if you haven't, look it up, because they do really great things. And they go, it's all local, and they bring meals to families who have somebody who's going through cancer treatment or cancer. And right after I came off my cancer journey, fight, whatever, I volunteered with them, and it made me feel so much better to be around and helping somebody else. It always does. So anyway, I just am so honored to present this today, this proclamation. And this is the proclamation for National Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Whereas during National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, the City of Fairfield stands with the courageous women and men who've been diagnosed with breast cancer and honors those who have lost their lives to this terrible disease. About 1 in 8 U.S. women, about 13%, will develop breast cancer over the course of her lifetime. In 2023, an estimated 298,000 new cases of invasive breast cancer are expected to be diagnosed in women in the United States, along with 55,720 new cases of non-invasive breast cancer. About 2,800 new cases of invasive breast cancer are expected to be diagnosed in men this year. A man's lifetime risk of breast cancer is about 1 in 833. About 43,170 women in the U.S. are expected to die in this year from breast cancer. Researchers estimate that inherited genetic mutations account for about 5 and 10% to as many as 27% of all breast cancers. Individuals whose family history puts them at increased risk for breast cancer should discuss proper preventative and early diagnosis strategies with their doctor or qualified health professional. Whereas 64% of breast cancer cases are diagnosed at a localized stage, and the 5-year survival rate for a breast cancer patient has greatly increased to 99%. And at the time of diagnosis, approximately 64% of breast cancer patients have local stage breast cancer, 27% have regional stage, and 6% have metastatic disease. National Breast Cancer Awareness Month serves to increase awareness of breast cancer and to encourage individuals to have a plan to detect breast cancer in its early stages. It is vital that those affected by breast cancer have access to quality, affordable health care. Research on all forms of breast cancer must continue to be vigorously supported. Now, therefore, I, Catherine Cap Moy, Mayor of the City of Fairfield, I do hereby proclaim that the month of October 2023 is Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Fairfield, and I encourage all residents to learn more about detection and prevention of breast cancer. And could you just raise your hand if you know somebody or if you yourself have had breast cancer? Just take a look at that. And I want to point out somebody whom I love very much, and that is school trustee Anna Patero, and she is now cancer-free. And she went through the fight, just finished it up, and continued to work for all of us. So I appreciate that very much, and this is for you all. Thank you very much. Here. He's going to take a picture. Here we go. Here we go.
One, two, three, and 1, 2.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've got my ghost on. Take care.
And presentation 2, poem and proclamation declaring Filipino American History Month. And it's going to be presented in 2 parts. Our poet laureate, Suzanne Bruce, is going to read a poem, and our very own finance employee, Lysel Marin, will read it in Tagalog. And then that will be followed by Councilmember Rick Vaccaro presenting the proclamation to his lovely wife, Sue Vaccaro, who is the president of Solano County Filipino American Chamber of Commerce. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Moy, council members, and audience. When I first began working on this poem, I reflected on the diversity, yet the inclusiveness of the Filipino culture. I read about the importance of family and how everyone is embraced and how they take care of one another. I learned the word bayanahan, which means Filipinos helping each other without expecting anything in return. You will hear this word in my poem. I decided, because of the caring nature of the Filipino culture, to use the poetic form called a pantoum. It's a Malaysian form from the 15th century, where the 2nd and the 4th line of each stanza then becomes the 1st and the 3rd line in the following stanza. The beginning line will be the ending line, so you will hear repeating lines that sound similar, but I felt like this recognition was necessary to have the repetitiveness of this beautiful culture. The poem is called Voyagers. Crossing an uncertain sea, each wave an answered prayer, galleon voyagers packed belief and faith. Luzon Indios, first Filipinos reaching U.S. soil, riding waters' unrestrained flow. As voyagers packed belief and faith to reach land, they also brought pride and passion. Riding waters' unrestrained flow, resilience the core of determination. Pride and passion, fabrics of hard work, weaving heritage into intricate patterns. Resilience the core of determination. Spanish influence, Asian influence, multicultural gifts, sharing stories, weaving heritage into intricate patterns. Traditions rise with hearts and hands and family love. Spanish influence, Asian influence, multicultural gifts, honoring farm workers, veterans, artists, and more. Traditions rise with hearts and hands and family love. Songs like angelic voices embrace. Gatherings, the sunlight to souls. Honoring farm workers, veterans, artists, and more. Community, a spirit of Bayanahan. Songs like angelic voices embrace. Gatherings, the sunlight to souls. Luzon Indios, first Filipinos reaching U.S. soil. Community, a spirit of Bayanahan. Crossed an uncertain sea, each answered prayer a pearl to share. And I think Lyselle is now going to read it in Tagalog. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Manlalayag, naglalakbay sa karagatan. Walang katiyakan, bawat alon ay sagot sa dasal. Mga manlalakbay ng galyon, puspos ng pananalig. Luzon, Indios, Pilipino, sa lupang Amerikang sumapit. Sinubok ng malawak na karagatan. Sa pagdaong ng manlalayag na may pananalig, dalay dangal at pagsinta. Ang paglayag sa karagatan hindi masawata. Pinagtibay ang kaibutan ng pagpapasya. Dangal at pagsintay, hibla ng pagsisikap. Pamanay hinabi sa masikot na paraan. Katatagan ang naging pundasyon ng determinasyon. Impluwensyang Espanyol, impluwensyang Asya, handog ng sarilit kultura. Ang masikot na paghabi ng pamanay isinalaysay. Tradisyong pumailan, kalapit ang puso, kamay at pagmamahal sa pamilya. Impluwensyang Espanyol, impluwensyang Asya, handog ng sarit-saring kultura, pagpupugay sa mga magsasaka, bitirano, manlilikha at iba pa. Tradisyo'y pumailan, kalapit ang puso, mga kamay at sa pamilyang pagmamahal. Awit na boses anghel sa kaluwalhatian, pagpupuyag sa mga magsasaka, veterano, manlilikha at iba pa. Lipunan na may diwa ng bayanihan. Awit ng boses anghel sa kaluwalhatian. Luzon, Indios, Pilipinong sa lupang Amerikang sumapit. Lipunan na may diwa ng bayanihan. Naglalayag sa karagatang walang katiyakan, isang hiyas na maibahagi bawat natulugang dasal. Thank you, everyone.
Dennis. You know, I've had a lot of firsts in this chamber, but this is definitely a first. Me giving a proclamation to my wife. So anyway, I'm going to go with it anyway. Okay. This is Filipino American History Month, October 2023. Whereas October 18th, 1587, is the earliest documented proof of Filipino presence in the continental United States, as the first Luzon Indios set foot in Morro Bay, California, and the first permanent settlements of Filipinos in the continental United States in St. Malo, Louisiana, occurred in the mid-1800s. Between 1906 and 1935, the first large wave of Filipino immigrants began to work as farm workers in California and were an integral part of Solano County's agricultural economy and U.S. Armed Forces workforce at Travis Air Force Base and Mare Island Naval Shipyard, all of which set in motion the economic, cultural, social, and other contributions the Filipino Americans have made to our great nation. And whereas the Solano County connection to the Philippines first started when the U.S. Navy sent ships from Mare Island to the Battle of Manila Bay during the Spanish-American War in May 1898, after which they subsequently returned for repairs. And whereas Filipino presence in Solano County dates back over 100 years, starting with the nannies and servants of U.S. naval officers stationed at Mare Island after the Philippine American War in 1902, and Filipino Americans comprised a large workforce sector at Travis Air Force Base, Mare Island, Naval Shipyard, medical fields, business entrepreneurs, and the agricultural industry, contributing to the defense, economy, growth, and history of Solano County. And today, according to a U.S. Census Bureau multi-year trend, Filipino Americans continue to grow, and they remain the largest Asian American Pacific Islander group in Solano County, the second largest in California, and the third largest in the nation. Whereas the city of Fairfield and the communities in Solano County have long recognized the contributions of Filipino Americans, several of whom have dedicated many years of service as leaders with various government and private entities, as well as having served as educators, elected leaders, health and social workers, civil servants, military members. And whereas the Filipino American National Historical Society established a commemoration of October as Filipino American History Month nationally, with the theme for 2023 as 1898, recognizing 125 years of Philippine American history in recognition of 125 years since the signing of the Treaty of Paris by Spain and the U.S. The treaty led to the U.S. annexation of the Philippines. And whereas efforts should continue to promote the study of Filipino American history and culture as mandated in the mission statement of the Filipino American National Historical Society, because the roles of Filipino Americans and other people of color have been overlooked in the writing, teaching, and learning of United States history. And whereas it is imperative for Filipino American youth to have positive role models to instill in them the importance of education, complemented with the richness of their ethnicity and the value of their legacy. Now, therefore, I, Catherine Catmoy, Mayor of the City of Fairfield, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2023 as Filipino American History Month, and we encourage all members of our community to study the significance of Filipino Americans, their chronicles, their solid values, rich culture, enduring legacy, and the positive role models that they have proudly and humbly displayed in transforming the diversity and rich history of our historic and beautiful city and our great nation. So I'll give this to the President of the Filipino American Chamber of Commerce, my wife, Sue. Okay, do you want to say a couple things?
Sure. On behalf of the Solano County Phil-Am Chamber of Commerce, I'd just like to say thank you so much to the mayor and the council for recognizing our rich, beautiful heritage. And I'd also like to say thank you for that beautiful poem, or salamat in Tagalog, and I apologize, that's all I can say in Tagalog because I grew up in an Ilocano family. Thank you.
Thank you all. So now we're going to turn to public comments. Madam Clerk.
Yes. Persons wishing to address the city council on subjects not on the agenda but within the jurisdiction of the council may do so at this time. The council cannot discuss or take action on matters not on the agenda for this meeting, but council members may briefly respond to statements made or questions raised by the public, ask for clarification from staff, refer the matter to staff, request staff to report back to the council at a subsequent meeting, or place the matter on a future agenda. To speak on an agenda item, please use the raise your hand feature if you're online, or press *9 on your phone. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes per item. And our first speaker is Jeff Traeger, to be followed by Dr. Jerry Collins.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, this is what's going on at the Downtown Theater in the next couple of months. On October 20th, the Rocky Horror show, and that's going to last for a couple of weeks. And on the 4th of November, I'm Every Woman, which is a tribute to one of the greatest voices that we've ever heard, Whitney Houston. So that's at the Downtown Theater on the 4th of November. You can get your tickets by going to downtowntheater.com. And on the 17th of November, we've got the Missouri Street Theater's adaptation of Wizard of Oz. And on December 2nd, Voices of the Night Before Christmas, which is put on by the absolutely great Voena Children's Choir out of Benicia. So, and lastly, I want to thank again for those people that are responsible, that we've been granted a 3rd year of doing our summer music series. So we're going to be, in conjunction with the Park and Rec Department, we're going to be going out to more parks this year and more shows at on the lawn at the city lawn. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Jeffrey.
Thanks, Jeff.
Next speaker, Dr. Jerry Collins, to be followed by Matt Badeau.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members, and Mr. City Manager. My name is Dr. Jerry Collins. I retired from practicing emergency medicine approximately 3 years ago. I am also a retired Army officer. In addition to that, I spent 8 years as a volunteer firefighter with the Fairfield Fire Department. Therefore, I'm very familiar with the fire service of Fairfield, California. I would like to acknowledge my wife, Dr. Shelja Collins, a retired professor of law. Okay. We have resided here in Fairfield for approximately 20 years. I would like to acknowledge this petition at this time. We, the undersigned of Fairfield, California, request the city of Fairfield to appoint John Sturdy as the permanent fire chief of the Fairfield Fire Department. John has been a member of the department for 27 years. He literally grew up in the fire service. He has functioned as a deputy chief since 2020 and has participated in managing all aspects of the department. He has extensive knowledge of the emergency needs of the community. In fact, he was instrumental in updating the city's Emergency Operations Center, a key component to the city responding to catastrophic emergency events in the city of Fairfield. If any emergency needs of the community are not met, a number of lives could be lost in a mass casualty situation. In no uncertain terms, John Sturdy is well prepared to function as a permanent fire chief of Fairfield. Perhaps some of you remember Chief Matt Lukenbach. He was an excellent chief. Most of you probably do not real.
We have 40 seconds.
Yes, most of you probably are not aware of the fact that Chief Lukenbach trained under Chief John Sturdy. John Sturdy was his mentor. I want to thank all of you for listening to my comments, and that ends my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Next is Matt Badeau, followed by Carol Hummel.
Mayor, City Council, good evening. Everyone knows why I'm here, Markley Lane. Would we even be talking about Markley Lane if I had not started pursuing this issue 8 months ago? Everyone sitting in front of me is aware of the extreme safety conditions that exist in and around Center Elementary, Golden West Middle School, Vanden High School, Tech High School, which directly affect up to 4,000 people a day, i.e. students, teachers, staff, parents, and neighbors of those around Travis Unified School District. I understand some of you were not council members when the city decided to replace Markley Lane using funds from a development which currently has no developer and which the tentative map has expired. Markley Lane should have been completed by the city of Fairfield immediately after the overpass construction or in coordination with the train station or One Lake development. It should not have been left in limbo waiting on a developer to construct, because that left us in the predicament we are in now. The developer you hoped would construct Markley Lane kind of left us high and dry, is no longer interested. Does the city think One Lake is not adding to enrollment at Travis Unified School District? Maybe, just maybe, that's why the city of Fairfield gave One Lake a $3 million credit, which directly related to the road fees, which could have been used for Markley Lane. I understand if you were not on the council at that time, but it really doesn't matter since the $3 million never made it to the council for approval. It was just a gift in most people's opinions. So with that said, if you were not on the council then, you are now, and yes, you inherited the problem. It is nobody else's problem that the city of Fairfield planned inappropriately. Fairfield, get creative. How much is each of the 4,000 lives worth? Maybe you can reread the 2022 Solano County Civil Grand Jury report. At this time, we are executing a plan methodically to talk to every resident of Gramercy Park, Goldridge, and Whitney Park neighborhoods so they can understand how and why this happened. We are confident the residents will support us. We will pull on the heartstrings of every parent,
You have
grandparent,
15
aunt,
seconds.
uncle, brother, sister, and PTA in the city of Fairfield. Fairfield created this issue. Please fix it. I know right now over in Rancho Solano downtown, people might not care about Markley Lane. I know each of you have districts and you're responsible for representing, but you are all representative of the city of Fairfield as a whole. My question is in July we said that it would be
Your
agendized.
time is over,
Can I ask my question real quick, Mayor?
please.
In July, we were going to have it agendized, a subcommittee, and things were going to get moving. We haven't seen anything on the agenda since July, and we're all just kind of wondering what is the status of that.
I'll contact you tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Next speaker is Carol Hummel, to be followed by Gary Wingo.
Good evening. I'm Carol Hummel, and most of you all know me. Whether that's good or bad tonight, we'll see. No, I'm going to compliment and commend the City Council and the City Management of Fairfield for, in 2023, all of the outreach meetings that you have been holding. And I have participated or attended many of them. And I think you started in February with the listening tours, And I think as you kept having the listening tours, the attendance grew and grew and grew. We also had several community meetings for, the LLMD, which is going to come up later. I went to the PFAL meeting, which was hugely attended. I don't know if there were 60 or 70 people. I was surprised at the amount of people who cared. And then their input was asked for, and it was used. And thank you, Mayor Moy and Pam Bertani, for looking into all those legalities and old paperwork to find what could be done. Also, last week, on top of the PFAL meeting, there were 2 outreach meetings for the food and beverage or the restaurants at the 2 golf courses. And I've been coming to these meetings long enough to know that restaurants in Fairfield come up at almost every meeting. And I think the 2 gentlemen sitting right over there had some wonderful, it was a small meeting of residents from Paradise Valley and Rancho Solano. And I'm going to tell you that those people first were thrilled they were asked, and they couldn't believe that after 20 or 30 years of living there, they were going to have input in what the restaurant would look like and what it was they were looking for. And I'm not talking just golfers, I'm talking many, many non-golfers. And I think, with that input and the continued meetings that will happen there, you're going to have a lot more community who do not golf utilizing those parks. So I'm really excited about that. And the citizens give great ideas that you've never thought of before. Or you will find consensus, as Pam had said, which we heard on Saturday. So I'm very, very pleased to see that. I've lived all over the United States, and I think that this new, basically it's a practice or it's a culture that you're building is nothing but positive for this city, and I'd like to see that continue. Because I think it will, generate great ideas, resident, participation and ownership of the decisions that are made in their community. And I just want to say thank you. That's it.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Gary Wingo, to be followed by Gregory Dillard.
Good evening, members of the council, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor. Good to see you out there at Vanden High School the other Saturday morning. I've been a member of the Meadowbrook Estates neighborhood between Adobe, Whitney, and Peabody Road since the beginning. When I moved there were no traffic lights there or anything. We fought, and we got the traffic lights put in. And then they started building things. The overpass started going in, and they put an infrastructure in for the lights to turn off and go to Markley Lane when they took it out. But it was not put back in. And that part, I don't have an answer to, and I never got an answer from the council. This is my 3rd appearance before the council regarding this matter. And when I asked Harry Price, may he rest in peace, about Markley Lane, he told me he would look into it and would get back to me. But he didn't get back to me, and ultimately his time ran out, So I'm saying this, Matt was right. We need to make it safe for the kids to get to school and get out of school. It was safe when I went to school. I was young once. But these kids today are a little bit different. We all had the need for speed, and they have the need for speed right now. But that need for speed should not be in the neighborhood. We need to build a road for them. And the way it sits right now, we can make a straight road. I sat there and I looked at it. I walked back there sometime just to look. Viking Lane was cut in while they were building the train station. If you rotate Viking Lane 90 degrees, it connects to the infrastructure on Peabody Road. So why wasn't it done like that to begin with? I'm saying this, not just for the kids' sake, to be safe, but for the people that's in the neighborhood to help build the neighborhood, make it what it is today. Build the road over there, make it safe for the kids, and make it safe for the people in the neighborhood. We take our lives into our hands sometimes when we try to get out of the neighborhood and these people are coming to school, leaving school. It's dangerous. Don't wait for a catastrophe to happen. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, sir.
Next is Gregory Dillard, to be followed by Dana Williams.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members, City Attorney, City Manager. My name is Gregory Dillard. I'm a Gateway Village apartment resident. October the 12th, in the evening of October the 12th, it was you all should have one. It's a notice to enter my unit to do some compliance. If you notice that on the units, it has 101 to 236. So, okay, we're all in compliance here. I've been a resident there for a while. I'm gonna run through this rapidly. So this is a legal document. You guys all know I'm not a Harvard graduate, but I already know that at the bottom of this paper, it has Felicia Kinney, resident manager. That morning, which is on a Friday, everything broke loose. There's no manager, there's no inspection. The manager coincidentally was changing some locks all on Pennsylvania Street. There's an elementary school across the street from there. On Pennsylvania, there's some gates. Each one of those gates, it has a key. Miss Kinney had those gates was being changed, and we would be able to be in and out. All that morning, that stopped. There's no Miss Kinney. There's no Sterling management. They were all in there hiding and they're talking. Everything shut down. There's no inspection. We've been locked out since Friday of our units, Gateway Village Apartments, till this evening before I got ready to come here. I went and got copies. Someone that I didn't know brought me a key to get into that gate. We have a chalk person that works for chalk that teaches the kids in the evening after school. Her name is Sister Van. She was only allowed to be able to sit on the porch of one of the residents. No key for her. I say, Sister Van, what's going on? Well, I'm waiting on my boss to bring you the key. Bring me the key. I say, your boss don't have a key neither. The thing I'm trying to say, City Council, Madam Mayor, there's an E, R, and an O. You've got an event, response, and there's an outcome. Somebody have to have some accountability.
You have 20 seconds left.
Yes. Somebody ought to be accountable for it. I'm just touching in on what's going on. I have some residents here that's going to finish touching on it. I'm just saying, Gateway Village apartment residents do matter.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Dana Williams.
Good evening.
Hi, Dana, you
Thanks.
didn't indicate what you wanted to speak on, but I'm assuming
also-
it's public comment?
Yes.
Okay, thank
It's
you.
I'm also a resident of Gateway Village. I wrote something out to say, but I think I'm just going to wing it because right now we have residents here that we don't know what to do. We have roaches, we have mold. My roof has been leaking for 3 years. I have dry rot, spiders crawling out. We have black mold in all of these units. We are just a fraction of the tenants that are here. We've talked to the housing person. I'm a domestic violence survivor. I fled to Gateway Village Apartments on several occasions. The gates have been broken. The property management, EBMC, has been very negligent when it comes to our housing and for our safety. I'm afraid the gate right now, EBMC has been on the property today. They did not fix that gate. My abuser can just as well walk through that gate. When I go home tonight, he could just as well be in my backyard, in my home, in the bushes. I don't know. We have tenants here that, we have a cancer patient. They're denying her reasonable accommodations to move to a downstairs unit. We have plumbing issues. We have dry rot issues. Floors are being pulled up. We have pictures and documentations of all of these things. And right now, we just don't know where to go. And so the people that we could get to come out tonight, they're here with us now because everyone doesn't want to speak, but we are suffering so bad at Gateway Village Apartments. They do not care about us. They don't fix things. I have mold all throughout my bedroom. I have had to take my whole bedroom down. I deodorize, disinfect my own unit. I bomb my own unit because there's roaches, there's ants, people have had termites. We're all here like we don't know what to do. So that's why we're here this morning, because I want it on public record that we are trying to do something to change our living conditions. I have grandkids that I can't come to my house. I've been tested for mold. I've been prescribed an inhaler by my doctor, as is some other children, and my very young children, toddlers, who are also suffering from breathing problems. EBMC has been mad because the manager that we did have was getting work done, vendors coming out, and they just fired her. And that halted the repairs on my roof. That halted the repairs. There's a tenant in our unit that the bathtub, it's not even a bathtub. It's just all dry rot. It's just all dry rot. My cabinets fell off my wall. I had to keep my food on my counters and on my kitchen table, and I pulled out a card table to put in the living room so I could put my cornmeal and my flour and my things that I'm supposed to be having in cabinets, and it stayed like that for 2 months. I had to take my bedroom set down 3 times to take it outside so I can clean up mold and mildew that's in my bedroom.
You have
So that-
15 seconds.
Okay, I'm done, actually.
Ma'am, I just want to tell you all that Mr. Latan, he's the person to talk to. It's housing services, and they'll be on it.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea,
It's
but
right
I
here
just
in the
wanted
back.
it to make sure that
It's
if
on the
anybody want to
record.
see it, they'll see it.
Absolutely.
Thank you,
We'll
guys.
get it straightened up. Yes.
Next speaker is Lucy, to be followed by June Johnson.
Hello, council members. So I just moved to Fairfield this year from Vallejo and from Fremont, hoping that it's going to be better because it's affordable out here, right? However, I'm also too moved to Gateway, and within the 3 months time span, I've also started recognizing a lot of same issues as Dana and other tenants that live there that are actually here today. And I actually want to express the fact that I've reached out to the complaint specialist named May, who works for Chalk, who also manages the property, and I found that they are doing a lot of, shady things behind closed doors, and I feel like it's important that this needs to be exposed and talked about, because again, we are all actually suffering in silence, and every time when we need to reach out or do something, they penalize us, they retaliate, they do all, A, B, and C, X, Y, Z to keep us hushed. And I feel like this needs to be fixed and addressed immediately. This is very exhausting. It's affected my life, my kids, everybody. And that's why we're here together as a unit, so that hopefully somebody hears us and gets this taken care of. Because I also, too, have experienced mold. I've been retaliated, got my car smashed for reporting her to her CEO. It's horrible things, in such a short time span. So, again, I'm here with everybody that lives at Gateway, and I just, again, hope someone here can help us.
We got you.
Yeah.
Again, Latan's back there. Please talk to him again. And he's going to handle it. He's a professional. And I'm sorry that moving to Fairfield has been this uncomfortable, because we
It
love
is.
having you here.
I'm already planning on moving out already, like away from Fairfield. It's not,
Well, all of Fairfield's not like that. We're going to help you.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I hope
Thank
so
you.
too.
Yeah.
Next is June Johnson to, okay.
Good evening. I just really wanted to recognize Vice Mayor Patani for hosting that meeting on Saturday, which I thought was a very productive meeting. A lot of hot heads, a lot of issues that still need to be resolved. I want to thank you, Mayor, for researching that information, and I hope that we won't have to spend additional money that is not needed, since we already have a report in hand. However, I also want to say that we are going to have more meetings, and I am asking that we have police presence at the next meeting. As you know, it got very heated after the meeting. My husband and I and one of our neighbors were the victim of some pretty aggressive behavior from one of our neighbors, and so I'm just requesting police presence at the next meetings. Thank you.
I'm sorry about that. June?
There aren't any hands raised. The other speakers are for agenda items. Did anyone else want to speak on public comment? Okay.
Okay, and we have nobody online, so we're going to go ahead, then, Madam Clerk, to the consent calendar, please.
All matters listed on the consent calendar are to be approved with one motion unless a member of the City Council or the public requests that separate action be taken on a specific item.
All right, so do we have any speakers on the consent calendar tonight?
I do not.
And it looks like nobody's online. All right, then I'll entertain a motion to pass the consent calendar. Got a motion?
So moved.
Second. And a second? All right.
Motion.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. So that's 6-0. She just stepped away, and we can go ahead and take that public comment.
I didn't catch who made the second, sorry.
Oh,
Doris. Okay.
Councilwoman Panduro?
Thank you. Okay, the speaker is Felicia Kenny.
Thank you, Madam.
Yes. Please come up to the mic.
Hello.
Hi.
I was the manager at Gateway Village. I took over the property August. And in August, I was immediately addressed with units with no air, no heating, no flow with water, things to that nature. I was also dealing with a disabled resident that had a pipe that burst through her floor. She was displaced, improperly displaced because she's in a wheelchair, so they had her commuting a ways to use a kitchen, to live in her unit and to use the bathroom here, and it was chaotic. So I took it in my own hands to reach out to different vendors because of the property manager not paying for the work that was done. It was a lot of maintenance neglect in regards to the management company. I've reached out to the Housing Authority directly in regards to these issues and that's when I found out that my company had falsified documents in regards to the work that was done. So that opened up another can of worms. Thursday, the housing inspector was out, and Friday, so was I. I came and was told to leave. So with that being said, the tenants being locked out, I'm one of them. They're just left in limbo, and they're doing this, and I just came to support. As I tried to leave, they wanted me to come and let you guys know what I've seen. So
I appreciate that, and I'm sorry about what's going on. Thank you for coming.
I'm sorry for them more so yes.
Well, for all of you. Thank you.
Of course.
All
Have
right.
a good one. Thank you.
Take care. All right, Madam Clerk. So now we're going to go ahead and move on to new business.
Okay. Receive update on Community Action Partnership, Solano Joint Powers Authority, CAP Solano JPA. And our presenter is our city manager, David Gassaway.
All righty.
All right, good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. Here to give an update on Cap Solano, ultimately in partnership with Council members Varo and Panduro, who are the City Council's representatives on that body. So the way this will sort of play out is I'll give a little bit of background on the things that Cap Solano has been working on. I am currently the chair of the city managers, Solano County managers group, and so have been sort of their spokesperson as we've been working with the Cap Solano board on a couple of items, particularly on their strategic plan. Then I'll turn it over to our two council members that are the board representatives, and then we'd be happy to take any questions from there. If you'll all remember, back in early 2022, there was a regional 2x2 homeless committee started. I believe that council members Panduro and Varo were sort of the two of the founding members in partnership with City of Vacaville, and then it grew from there and was included 2 council members from every city in Solano County. And ultimately the goal was just to improve the efficacy of the homeless service system here in Solano County. Moving forward into late 2022, there was an effort to reform the board of directors. Cap Solano JPA is a joint powers authority, and at the time there were staff members that were the board of the JPA that transitioned over to being elected officials from each of the government entities, the county and all of the cities within Solano County. They worked to amend bylaws to make that transition. They worked on updating policies, a conflict of interest code of conduct, and ultimately then totally reformed the board of directors and the way the board of directors works with Cap Solano. Currently it includes every single city and the county, which as far as I have been able to find, we may be the only county that has such a robust joint powers authority partnership focused on homelessness. Really there are a few roles and responsibilities that Cap Solano serves within Solano County. Some of those things are annual or biannual, like the point in time count, which we have coming up in January of 2024. So they're the organizing. Cap Solano really organizes that. Funding opportunities, looking at different organizational standards, such as sheltering and uniform countywide policies. They do trainings. Ultimately, it's the lead agency for the Homeless Management Information System, which is the system that most all service providers or all service providers that receive funding are required to use in order to coordinate data and information about participants within the homeless services system within the county. That's a HUD mandate, and so ultimately Cap Solano is responsible to HUD for that. And the coordinated entry system, which is again a function of ensuring that anybody that's going into systems, regardless of jurisdiction, is going through a centralized system such as HMIS, so that coordination of care can happen across jurisdictional boundaries. Cap Solano has been very successful here in the past few years. Right now, the total is about $8.7 million of either currently awarded or anticipated funding to spread out across a variety of services countywide. What the board did is in early 2023, the board realized that what they really needed to do was come together and create a strategic plan for how Cap Solano was going to continue to grow into the future and become a robust, coordinated, coordinating organization over homeless services across Solano County. Throughout the summer, there was some workshops that the Cap Solano board did. They utilized some services from Home Base, which is a law firm that specializes in homeless law, as well as provides technical assistance to Cap Solano. And they identified a whole variety of goals, 13 in fact, that really starts with, if you know, in the image, I know it's a little bit small, but it starts with the need for Cap Solano to have some sort of administrative staffing structure. So one of the major limitations of Cap Solano is, as of right now, ultimately it's reliant upon staff that are in effect donated in kind from a variety of the organizations. Again, I'll let our council members get into that. But ultimately, most of those goals and those priorities are really looking at the tighter collaboration and coordination in order to assist all of the service providers and agencies within Solano County to effectively garner as much grant funding, state funding, federal funding that we can, because the challenges that we all see with homelessness requires us to be coordinated in that way. In fact, sort of on a look-forward basis, there are some efforts going on statewide. CSAC, which is in effect the League of California Cities equivalent for the county side, they're right now working on a program called At Home: Accountability, Transparency, Housing, Outreach, Mitigation, and Economic Opportunity. And what it's seeking to do is ensure that there is an outline of clear responsibilities and clear accountability across all levels of government in the state of California, because one of the big challenges is if you go from jurisdiction to jurisdiction or even county to county, the rules are a little bit different. The ways services are being provided are just a little bit different. And so this is an effort to implement a comprehensive plan to ensure that those that are unhoused or at risk of becoming unhoused are operating or are being served in a system that is uniform across the state, and it really then increases that transparency. I know that there's, of course, billions of dollars that have been spent on the problem, and most of us see that in the state of California, it's only gotten worse. The one reprieve there, I was just recently, I missed our last council meeting. I was at the International City Management Association conference in Austin, Texas. I went to a few different sessions on homelessness, and unfortunately, this is a problem. This is a rampant problem all over the state, all over the United States. State of Texas, I went to a wonderful session from out of Arizona that Phoenix and Mesa put on, and a lot of the challenges that we're seeing and the need for better collaboration and coordination of services within metropolitan regions is sort of an awakening that's happening all over the country. So with CAP Solano, there is a deep-seated belief that by leading regional policy changes in Solano County, coordinated through CAP Solano, that as a part of that strategic plan will really be improving best practices, improving our navigation system. Quality assurance is a big part of it, where right now a lot of money's flowing out, but there's simply not a mechanism to oversee that whoever's receiving those funds from a service provision perspective is really doing everything that's required of those funds. And so ultimately, CAP Solano now is at a point where, in order to better coordinate, to support, to strengthen the support systems, to expand technical assistance to the nonprofits or faith-based groups that might be providing a lot of the services that are being provided out in our communities across the county, that's really where CAP Solano can become that coordinating body. And again, ultimately, with an eye towards increasing funding to the community and fostering increased coordination. So with that, I will turn it over to Council Members Varo and Panduro to talk to you all a little bit about the staffing needs. I'm happy to assist in any way, but with that, I'll turn it over to you, and just let me know when you want next slide, and I'll advance those for you.
Okay. Want me to go first? Thank you, David. So this is a slide that shows the current kind of where we're at with staffing. And as David mentioned, not much can get done if you don't have anyone dedicated to the issue. So when we first became CAP Solano, we realized that we were all very busy as electeds, and we have our own issues that we have to take care of. And none of us were really experts in the field of homelessness. We all want to help with it. We want to make it more efficient, but there wasn't really staff that was dedicated to this. So then we decided to bring on, we have one City of Fairfield contract employee that does handle a lot of the administrative stuff and around homelessness primarily. And she's City of Fairfield, but she sits in the county. And then we also have our fiscal agent, and that's City of Vacaville. And so City of Vacaville is currently our fiscal agent, but it's partially funded. and partially provided in kind. And so as you see, and then we also have county council through the county, again, only through this month. And so as you see, there is an urgency to to get staff, to get a process or a foundation going so that we can get dedicated and get staff on board to take the CAP Solano forward. And then we also have our technical assistance contractor, which David mentioned, which is Home Base. And they are a nonprofit law firm that assists with technical assistance around the topics that we talk about. And so that is what we currently only have. And we've been doing the best that we can with those staff members and that in-kind services from the county and from the city of Vacaville and from the city of Fairfield. And so it is a little bit of a hodgepodge of everything, and we've been doing the best. We have had some successes, but those successes can multiply if we're able to fill the gaps in staffing that Councilmember Vacar will talk about. And it's needed. I think it's great. As we've heard, we are one of the only, I think the only county maybe in the state doing this. And so to be able to continue with why we started, which was to be more efficient around the area of homelessness, so that we can all be on the same page. It's not everyone working in silos, it's everyone working together, the city and the county. It's so important, as we know, because this homeless issue it's not going away, and we need to find a way to mitigate it a little bit better. And so Rick can talk about the kind of the future of, or where we're trying to go.
Yeah, thank you, Doris, and thank you, David. Future, right? Hopefully there is one, and that's kind of what I'm going to talk about. Right now, we felt from the beginning, and just like David said, our city manager, this was something that started a couple of years ago. It was sort of a loose-knit group talking about it, and then, it kind of grew, and, obviously now every city is represented, and more importantly, the county of Solano is represented. And, that's what I'll talk about in a minute. But, the need for an executive director, just like Councilwoman Panduro said, really, we can't do that job. That's not our job to do. We're policymakers. I mean, we need somebody there to really sort of take charge. And right now, we don't have one. Hopefully, that's what our main need is going to be, and a grants manager too. And there's different phases too, because we have phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Phase 1, executive director, grant writer, homeless coordinator, admin support. Phase 2, bring in the policy manager. Phase 3, fiscal agent, program administration, to be transferred to the JPA. And, when it comes to the funding need here, I'll just be very, very blunt, okay? What we're waiting for is an answer from Solano County. We're waiting to see what kind of, financial support they will give us, because they're going to need to give us quite a bit of support. Now, the cities, I know that Vacaville, Fairfield, and Vallejo, have all talked about, that what we can do if we see what the county is going to do. Am I right, David? Because I know you run the city manager group there. And that's, I guess, what I'm presenting to the rest of my colleagues here. If we can get an amount from the county, and then if we can break it down by city, hopefully this council will continue to support CAP Solano, because we need to. And if we don't, then, like Councilwoman Panduro said, we're back in silos again. I've said from the beginning that this is a regional issue, and, the cities have to work together on this. And if they don't, then yeah, of course, we're going to have to do it, ourselves. But it would be much better if we could partner up with the cities, and especially the county. And I think David would agree with me and Doris that we need to see what they're going to do. So my question would be to you, Mr. City Manager, what have you heard from the county at all?
Yeah, so after over the last couple of months, first portions of this presentation on behalf of the City Manager Group I presented to the CAP Solano Board, sort of highlighting, ultimately going back to the recommendations on the phasing plan, the total number of 6.5 FTE. When you really add up what the in-kind and some of the paid staff that CAP Solano has right now, and then you look at how can you expand that in order to provide what we ultimately think is necessary, right? currently, under that current sort of box there with the one homeless coordinator, which is an administrative assistant, it's our employee that we contract with Cap Solano to provide. Vacaville taking some funding for the fiscal agent, but also giving some of that in kind. And then honestly, with the county providing a senior management analyst, I think 75.75 of her time in kind. That's basically it, right? And the JPA is heavily reliant on home base. Again, as Councilwoman Panduro pointed out, they're a nonprofit law firm. No offense to attorneys, but that's not necessarily the most cost-effective way to do everything. And they've been great. They've been wonderful at supporting the JPA. But I think it's time to move off of that and start to build that administrative structure through this phasing. And so to date, the county has not stepped forward. What we did is based on the staffing cost estimates. And so what this is any monies that come in from grant funds that can fund administrative, that's sort of that first row up at the top, the in-kind and direct costs. I'm sorry, that's the revenue estimate is any of the in-kind contributions as well as grant funds that can fund administrative. The cost estimate for the overall 6.5 FTEs is there on that top line, and you can see there that creates a gap. So what we did was then we built 3 different methodologies. We're not going to get into those tonight, but different ways to cut how each jurisdiction might be asked to contribute to it. The biggest factor in each of those 3 different methodologies is the question of how much does the county put in. As we have had those conversations, the county's not given a clear indication. I don't know if they've had this conversation yet, so I'm not saying that they're doing anything wrong, but certainly, as Councilman Varo points out, that's kind of one big critical factor for the decision point for all of the other cities then to decide participation levels and implementation of this plan. The other part of it then is the board decided, and the city manager group agreed with the board, that ultimately this needs to be some sort of hybrid structure. So Cap Solano as a governmental entity, because as a joint powers authority under state law, technically it could be its own governmental entity, but everyone agreed that it's too new. The time's not right for it to be fully on its own. Therefore, the JPA hiring the staff and having HR, having finance and accounting, right, doing all of those functions that a normal organization on its own might do. Therefore, a hybrid structure was desired where those 6.5 FTEs live, within some organization. And from all of the city's perspective, I think the logical position for that is the county. Again, the county has not said they won't do that, but they've not yet committed to doing that. And so I think a part of this conversation here tonight is sort of a twofold question for the rest of the city council. I know Councilman Varo and Panduro are both sort of in the thick of this and aware of these conversations, but Vallejo, Vacaville, and us really felt it important to bring in the rest of the councils to ensure that, one, if there's cost to this, and that can range some amounts, the highest dollar amount for the total in year 1 would be $386,000. Certainly Fairfield would not be asked to pay. We would be one of 7 entities funding that amount of money. But that methodology is not decided on just yet. So, one, does Fairfield, are we sticking with the game? And 2, what are the expectations then of the county? And is it our interest to see the county house those staff and ultimately have them identify for us, what's the county contribution going to be to this? We've asked about a 50% contribution. The county said they're probably not at that level. Okay, so what is that level? Right. And I think that ultimately the ask is to send our 2 council members that are on the board back with direction from the rest of the council, so that at the next Cap Solano meeting in, I think, 2 weeks, they can relay back exactly what the entrance, or next week, they can relay back where the City Council of Fairfield is at in terms of our interest in continued participation as it's going to start costing money, as well as what some of those expectations might be that we would ask of the county.
So, question?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No. I just was going to ask if anybody else had questions. Do you still have more to say?
I just wanted to say one more thing, okay? I would hope that, first of all, the county would be supportive of this organization, because I think it's really important. And I would hope that our colleagues up here would also support it once everything gets clear about how much support they're going to give. So I think that would just be my final statement. And I'm hoping that, I can go back to Cap Solano and say, okay, back to the Cap Solano board, Doris, you would agree, and say, okay, yeah, our council believes in it, but we also want to see what the impact is going to be. So.
Does anybody have questions of our colleagues or the city manager on this? Councilman Tonis.
I just want to, I know how much work went into this. I've been to a couple of those meetings, but I just want to thank you guys for all the work that you put into this. I'm going to fully support it. Obviously we're going to break down some of the fees, and I like where you're going with, who's throwing in what, but I'm really leaning on you two for this, and I think you've done a fantastic job, and I'll be definitely supporting.
Thank you. Councilman Carr?
Yes, I'll also be very supportive of it. And I do understand that, each city doesn't have the same budget. And I know that we are the seat of Solano County, and we have the sheriff's station, we have the big homeless shelter. And I understand that we end up with most of our homeless population. And I understand that we should pay a little more than others. But at the same time, I think that we just got to be careful that the county helps and some of these other cities. We can't expect Rio Vista to pay a full amount or anything like that, and I understand, but that's my only concern, is that I don't want Fairfield to get stuck with the full bill.
No, and did you want to answer that? Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Doug. That's a concern I think that we all have on the Cap Solano board. And don't you worry, Rio Vista and Suisun are great advocates for themselves with regards to wanting to pay more or less to make sure that it's equitable. And that's one of the things that we want to work on, the models that David has drafted with the city managers to show that it's equitable in cost according to the city size and the homeless population and things of that nature. So definitely heard.
And again, I thank you guys so much. This work's so important. And it's already showing some effect. Even though it hasn't even kicked in yet, I see it at the level I do in my work, and it's already helping. And thank you guys.
Councilwoman?
I also want to echo the thank you in all of this hard work. You guys have been digging in now for quite some time. When I look at, no page number on this one, page 8, of the staffing plan specifically, as someone that runs a community-based organization, to me, these phases are completely, the staffing phases is completely reasonable. And especially phase 1, I don't know how you could be effective in this work without having at least these three full-time people. Not sure about phase 2 with the policy manager, but I trust that if you say that's what you need, you do. So in full support, wanted to make sure, and in full support of us chipping in with the addition of the county as well. But also just saying that I know that we need to take an innovative approach to homelessness. We've got this work, thank goodness it has, this legs that you've been working on, but whoever you hire as executive director and whatever the strategic plan and that thing it's got to be out of the box, innovative approaches, because it just feels like homelessness is just getting worse and more devastating. I also noticed that part of the work that you all do is that point in time count. And, I'll be remiss, I know before I joined City Council, I came up and spoke in public comments about it, that, I just think we do that terribly. Those numbers are never right. And we need to see who is doing this work well, because there are people in the state of California that's doing this point in time work well. And if we don't start with we're not doing it well, I don't know if we're really going to get the funding. I mean, all this power that we're putting behind staffing and money and executive directors and grant writers, and we don't have our numbers right. And if those point in times aren't like the biggest thing that we focus in on every 2 years or whatever, however, I think it's a January every 2 years. If that's not done right with a huge approach, like we did with the census work that we did, where it was everyone in transitional homes and people in reentry, and if we don't do full all in, I just feel like this is all not for naught. I don't want to be that drastic about it, but shoot, I mean, I don't know. I just feel like that's the anchor, and I just finally got time to say it. Is finally up for us to talk about. So I just wanted to make sure that I just made that comment public. But other than that, I'm in full support. But the county needs to put in their dollars. And one more point, because I know you're ready for me. Hold on. The other point that I wanted to make is us putting our money in. I feel like that needs to come with us being able to demand accountability. Like, what?
Amen, sister.
Yeah. Like our money is in, what is the outcomes? What's happening? If something doesn't look right, do we get to pull our money out? Like, I want that to come with some strings. So anyway, those are my points, my thoughts.
Okay. Well, first of all, sorry, Mayor, can I speak?
Oh, absolutely.
First of all, I would think that you would have some faith in myself and Councilwoman Panduro, okay, that we are not going to, I'd say, allow it to kind of fall out, like not make sure the pit count is not at least close to being correct, okay? And I understand what you're saying, I do. But also, CSAC now has a list of cities that are going to be underneath a certain, David, what was that again? They came to the last meeting.
Yeah, the at-home.
Right. And they're going to get, and you mentioned about doing it right, okay? And that's one thing they talked about, is about, getting input from the other cities about how they're doing it. So I know that one thing is we are going to, definitely rely on accountability and, and demand accountability. We've talked about that from the start. I think Councilwoman Panduro would agree with me that we definitely, this is not something we take lightly, and it's not something that we want to see fall apart. So, so that's just kind of to answer your question about that. I understand your concerns, and I'm glad that you support it. And I understand the accountability issue more than anybody. Being a former educator, I know what accountability is all about, because, people would come after me saying, you're not accountable. Well, I think that's like myself and Councilwoman Panduro. We know we are accountable to our colleagues on this board, on the council, for being on the Cap Solano board. So I don't want you guys to even think for a second that we don't feel that way, because we do. Okay, so that's
Thank
all
you,
I have to say.
Councilman. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Kay Patrice. I was just going to just add to let you know that we've had that conversation about the pit count in our meetings. So it's something that every city, I think, we're on the same page about making sure that we get an accurate count, because we understand how detrimental it is for us to be able to get the funding that we need. So your concerns are very much represented and talked about at the meetings, and we know that needs to be done correctly.
Thank you.
Real quick, Madam Mayor, if I may, I just want to offer, we're starting to ramp up for that. So Samantha Burrows, our homeless service manager, is a part of that coordinating. And if you all are interested, because Councilwoman Williams, you're absolutely right. There's a direct link between the number in your pit count and the funding that then comes through the COC, which sort of falls under the umbrella of Cap Solano. We'd be happy to come to one of the meetings in November and give a quick presentation update on the pit count. You know, I know we're going to be looking for dozens of volunteers, so we're happy to do that if you all would like.
Thank you. Yes, we'll schedule that. Thank you. And Madam Vice Mayor.
Great job. You know, and it's been a lot of meetings and a lot of work, so thank you both for your work on this project. It's very important. So one question I have is on page 4, the grant funding. There's a kind of an asterisk at the top that says existing funds awarded and anticipated. How much of these funds, of the $8.8 million, how much of that is actually awarded and how much is anticipated?
I want to say that there is, I mean, the 1.5 million for the HAP 5, March 2024, that I know for a fact is anticipated.
They haven't awarded HAP 4.
All right, HAP 4 is not yet awarded. So, I mean, that would be the bulk of this money, is either awarded to Cap Solano, but that they have not yet awarded out to agencies or service providers.
So I'm just trying to ask, of this money, how much of the money is in the bank and how much at Cap Solano and how much is not is uncertain or anticipated?
That is a great question. I'm not Megan over at the county, who has been the one has been the analyst that has been helping them out. From what I remember at last count was there's over $3 million, or little over $3 million. I mean, not, you know, towards the 4 million, more closely to $3 million that right now is not being pushed out of Cap Solano simply because, going back to this structure, right, there is simply not administrative capacity to push the money out.
Wait, say that again? So these funds cannot be allocated toward administrative positions?
No. These funds, some portion of those funds can be utilized for administrative functions. There is a few $1 million that right now is simply not being pushed out to service providers from Cap Solano because there's simply no administrative capacity to do the notices of funding availability, to enter into the contracts, to manage the contracts, to fiscally oversee those. That's where there's this, you know, desperate need for there to be some administrative structure that supports Cap Solano in its efforts. And so you can be really successful at going out and garnering grant funds, but if you then cannot turn around and do the administrative work to push out the contracts to the service providers or to the other agencies to utilize those funds, what good is going in getting those monies?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so yeah, so I think it would be helpful to know those numbers, which are awarded and which are anticipated. And are there any performance metrics? Has Cap Solano, are there any like performance metrics that says, is that the slide for the performance metrics?
Yeah, you'll see sort of down further in that strategic plan. That's the goal for Cap Solano. There's nobody to do the work to even start putting that stuff together. That's kind of the issue that's at hand right now, is that all of the electeds from all of the agencies have done a good job of saying, okay, from a policy perspective, here's the things we want. There's just physically nobody to go do those things.
So there's no one to say, for instance, for regional crisis response, what a successful year would look like, what the goals are, what the outcomes were that you all are going to bring back to us. There's nobody to do that deep level of work because we don't have the administrative capacity.
Correct. That's why the top of that pyramid is the JPA staffing.
So back to the grant funding, if there's $3 million in the bank right now, why don't we use that to go hire some people?
Because the money can't just be used to hire people. It needs to be pushed out for services. There's only portions of those fundings, usually in the 5 to maybe 8% that's allowable for administrative costs. So that's where under the funding, you're absolutely correct. under that revenue estimate with in-kind, and this isn't the full broken out, right? This is kind of the truncated version. There is some dollar amount that is anticipated to cover these staffing costs. What we're showing in the gap is that there's still going to be a gap until Cap Solano can get its feet under it and well enough to. The goal is to have more success in bringing in funding to hopefully offset those gaps. But as of right now, you can't bank on future funding without knowing that you're going to have the people in order to go after grabbing that money.
Okay. Well, I definitely support the regional approach. I think we have two very capable folks on this. I'm just going to tell everybody right now, I will be following the money. Point blank, period. And I know you guys too. I'm saying, you know, like, let me just put it bluntly. I mean, yeah, you're on our council. We've worked with you guys. We know you guys. But I don't know what's going on in other cities. And quite frankly, I don't want to see Fairfield get left like somebody, I think it was Doug who said, holding the bag, you know, because we've always been holding the bag. And so it's really time for other cities in this county to step up to the plate and put some money on the table. Put some money from your general fund on the table, just like we've been doing. And as we do that, and I know, you know, I'm happy to have you guys oversee it because you know what you're doing. I know my colleagues for sure. I don't need to look over your shoulder at all. That's not my concern. And I'm not putting, as my son would say, smoke, I guess, or something like that on these other councils. Is that the right term?
Yeah.
Don't put smoke on the, I'm not doing
Throwing
that. I'm
shade.
just saying, there you go, shade. I meant shade.
You
Dylan's
shade.
probably laughing right now. But what I'm saying is that I say this because, you know what, I heard a report on NPR just recently, which I told you about, which is with all of the billions of dollars this state has invested in homelessness. With all of the billions of, do you know that there were officials on this show who could not answer the question, what happened to the money? What are the outcomes? How many people have been transitioned, you know? So it's really, I think it's, and I know we all get that. I know this city council does. I just want to make sure that the other city councils are on board with, and I'm sure they will be, but we just have to have metrics to be able to measure. So I fully support it. I think you're doing a fantastic job. I don't think we need to look over your shoulders, but with a regional approach comes regional confusion, regional discord maybe. You know, regional, we don't know what's happening in other cities, and we have to have a way, if this is going to be efficient, to hold these, to make sure we're all on the same page. We're all on the same page, and we'll be following the money for sure. That's it. Thank you.
Councilman Varo?
Yeah, just a quick statement, because I know we've been talking about this for a while. You know, and sitting in these meetings with Councilwoman Panduro and City Manager Gasway, I can tell you that the other cities, they understand, and we've talked about this too. We definitely don't want Fairfield to get the blunt of this at all. We totally get that. And that's why we're asking you guys to, you know, support us and to, you know, believe in what we're doing, because we're definitely not going to let that happen. And if I see that happening, I know I can speak for, well, I don't mean to speak for you, but I know we've talked about this, is that, you know, if we see that happening, then we're going to put a stop to it. You know, because let's face it, we know Fairfield has been, for lack of a better word, dumped on, you know, for a few years about this. People take homelessness out of other cities and take them to Fairfield. I'm not going to mention the cities, but you can probably guess who they are. But, you know, hopefully that is not going to happen as far as the money goes, because this has to be an equity issue. So that's all I want to say.
You have my support. Thank you for doing a great job.
I echo that as well. I think that you guys have led on this, showed others how it's done, and it's really important. And what everybody else said, I agree with, and I will be supporting this. I do have some questions, whoever can answer them. First of all, I want to make a statement that Fairfield, of course, is the county seat. So we're going to show more homeless people here than in other cities because they get dumped here. They get sent here on misdemeanors on purpose, so they are put on our streets. So I don't think that it's equitable for our city to have to pay more than, let's say, Vacaville, because we have more homeless. We have their homeless. And so I think that we need to think about that when we're going at this, and I know you guys will. I know you guys know all this. The other thing is that our homeless intervention team, and you guys, everybody knows this, is so excellent that they literally know almost every homeless person in our city. So we should be able to match that up with the pit counts, and if they're off, we need to figure it out. They know who they are unless some have been dumped here, in the last few days or a week or whatever. And when I say dump, I mean that. It's unethical, and I want to catch these cities who are doing it. We know what's happening. So what I want us is to be careful to not take on extra amount because we are the county seat. This is our services are here, and so they are here more than they are in other cities. And I ask people every week, where are you from? They're not, a lot of them are not from here. They're just not. So, and they come from all the way from San Francisco, so it's not just, a local thing here. The question I have, I think, of the city manager is this. Home base, is their contract already reduced?
No, I think their contract right now is $200,000 per year, and we anticipate as that staffing structure ramps up, then the contract with Homebase ramps down. Homebase has indicated that they want to see a ramp down because right now they're doing a lot of administrative structure or a lot of administrative functions that really is outside of what they typically do, and they're doing that just in order to support Cap Solano as it gets off the ground.
Yeah, because as I recall, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, that Homebase was supposed to be doing that work, and also dispersing and helping to disperse money and to bring the money in. Is that correct?
Yeah, those are part of their functions. Yeah.
So $200,000. Yeah. So
but the $200,000 is inflated from what it probably should be, and this is just my opinion, right?
Okay.
I don't speak for Cap Solano.
Okay.
I think it's probably inflated from what it needs to be because right now they're doing a lot more work than they typically would do for an agency of this type.
Okay, yeah, that would make sense. And then the other thing that I wanted to bring up is how much, I know we've tried to look at this, but in general, annually right now, with response, with our HIT team, with everything, how much are we about spending annually right now?
You're talking about all across the city?
Yes.
I think the last time when we pulled those numbers for you, it was over 4 million.
Yes.
But that's because of when you start adding in all of the staffing costs, particularly on the public safety side, that's the vast majority of those dollars.
Yes, and I figured that was between 4 and 5 million, is what I recall. So my question is, when we get this all online, which I'm excited about, will those numbers be reduced? Will those numbers, so we have a shortfall in our budget. So what we put toward this, I would think we should be able to subtract off the other side. In other words, we should be spending less money here if we're spending money over there on the same thing. Yes or no?
In principle, yes, right? I think this sort of looked at as an investment, and we would expect to get a return on that investment in terms of Cap Solano starting to take on more of those functions,
right?
Such as taking on more outreach. Now, from a a budgetary perspective, does that mean that we're reducing the number of cops we have? No. So those are still fixed costs. So
Right.
you're not solving major budget issues. We're just allowing those folks, hopefully over time then, to redeploy to do other things that are more in fitting with what police departments typically do.
That's what I was looking for. Could our cops go back on patrol instead of being out doing this? That's what I was looking for, because I'm wondering, we're trying to cut back on our budget, as you know, and so we're going to invest in this, which I think is a great investment. It's been a great investment of their time. It's been a lot of hard work, and I don't know if, I pray that the county will step it up. I'm totally supporting this, and I think like every governmental agency, this would be audited every year. Yeah, okay, so you have my full support going forward, and I appreciate your work, and we trust you. So thank you. Yes.
Thank David, because not only is he's the lead at the city managers group for the county, but he has come to every Cap Solano meeting, including the retreat over the summer. So he has sit in with us, and he's knee deep in this stuff with us. So thank you for all the work that you do as well, and Anna and Sam. Like, we have amazing staff behind us. So thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. So what do you need anything else from us, or is that direction good?
That's good, yeah. And I really do appreciate the support of
100%.
I appreciate the support of our colleagues, so
100%.
thank you, guys.
Is that all we need then, staff? Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break here, and we'll come back at 8:10. The meeting back to order, please. All right, Madam Clerk, we're going to move on to item 7, please.
Okay, item 7, Resolution 2023-257 of the City Council of the City of Fairfield approving a management agreement with Touchstone Golf LLC for operation and maintenance of the Rancho Solano and Paradise Valley golf courses. And our presenter is Christina Consinger, Director of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. I'm happy to be here tonight for this item, and I'm going to have a brief presentation and will be available to answer any questions afterwards. So as just a little background, as you just mentioned, we own 2 golf courses. They are operating as enterprise funds, which in essence run similar to a business, and our goal and council's goal is that they become self-sufficient. Currently, we operate under 2 separate contract agreements, one for golf through Kemper Sports and one as a lease agreement through SRI for food, beverage, and banquet services. Summary of council action related to this item that we're here tonight. So June 21st of 2022, council had approved for us staff to go out for an RFQ process with the intent and hope to have a single operator. And so December 6th is when you officially extended the contract with Kemper and SRI to allow for us to release the RFQ, which was in March of 2023, which had subsequent interviews and the process of coming to the selection of Touchstone. And then at your August 15th, we came to you with those results, and you had provided authorization for the city manager designee to begin negotiation with Touchstone to be the overall management company for all aspects of the golf course with an effective date of January 1st, 2024. So we are here tonight requesting that formal approval of the agreement with Touchstone, and that is through resolution number 2023-257. And I would take a pause here to make note that in the staff report, the attachments are listed as items 1 and 2, and the resolution itself references the agreement as Exhibit A, so we ask to orally make that amendment for the final documentation to revise the resolution to attachment 1 and 2 rather than attachment A. Okay, so then moving forward, just wanted to do a couple of highlights with the term for the proposed agreement is January 2024 through December 2030, and they have a base management fee of $185,000, which has an automatic adjuster based on CPI, and also an incentive of up to 25% of the base management fee. And then in the agreement itself, the primary objectives of the operator performance is to maximize revenue generation, to support deferred maintenance, capital improvements, and modernization of facilities, promote the public use of golf courses and related amenities, market food and beverage and banquet, ensure superior customer service and increase customer satisfaction, and prioritize community engagement to satisfactorily address all of those items. And with that, I will talk about next steps should you approve the resolution tonight. Our immediate next steps with Touchstone would be that they will start working diligently with some of the transitions with, notifying our vendors that effective January 1st, we are now using Touchstone, and so those type of updates, permits, and licenses that need to be transferred from Kemper and/or SRI into Touchstone, those things would be taking place. And then, as has been mentioned along the way, that the meetings with existing staff, doing some interviews, and then if and where necessary to do recruitment according to the staffing needs at both properties. And then the item that we are most excited about is rebranding the restaurants and grills and banquet services. And each of those properties will be uniquely identified, and they'll have their own name, theme, and logo for those restaurant grills. And then we'll most certainly, once those things are in place, is do a robust marketing and promotion. So with that, I will ask if there were any questions.
Do we have any public commenters here?
I do not, and there are no hands raised online.
All right, so I'm going to come to the council. Councilman Tonis, please.
Yeah, I am really happy about this. This is a long time coming. I just want to commend you guys. You put in the work, and certainly staff put in the time. You guys are out in the community. I like everything that's going on here. We're getting good feedback from the golfers that are out there now, even though I know you can't really do anything yet, but just the communication that you've been having with the locals and with the neighbors is been a great job. But I do have a couple of questions that I just want to. So I read over the entire agenda, most of it, and I just want to reiterate the start times, because there's been a lot of angst with the restaurant. It's not a secret to Touchstone. Just making sure that we're going to have the start times, and when they say they're going to be open for breakfast, you're going to be open for breakfast. These are some of the struggles that we've had, and I've spoken with Kemper and with Touchstone. Kemper was the former, and they've reiterated that they're going to take care of a lot of things, because a lot of things, as a lot of the golfing community knows, those are some of the best kept courses in the state, probably more than in the state, but they're highly sought after. So we've been all over everybody, especially Touchstone, that we don't want these courses to go downhill, and I think we're pretty confident now that you're not going to let that happen. The restaurants, I know, are going to be opening and starting. I know you talked about having a chef, or maybe having chefs. On-course serve. Maybe I can ask them a couple of questions, and
Absolutely.
Maybe it can open.
You want to come up to the mic, please?
Thank you, Mark.
Good evening, everyone. Nice to see you all.
You can raise the whole thing up.
But right in the front. This one?
All right, well, we
Sure you
lied
can.
to you. Yeah.
You know what? Why don't you just leave it right there?
Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So I just wanted to reiterate some more of the problems have been, and I don't golf out there a lot, but I golf. There'll be times when we see the cart girl, sometimes once, beverage cart, sometimes twice, and then sometimes no days. That's something that you guys you're addressing all that. And did that have to do with the restaurant?
Yes, typically the beverage cart is part of the food and beverage service, and it will be a part of our food and beverage service. And consistency of staffing that and every position at the course. You mentioned the hours of operation and the ability to get breakfast and the ability to have meals there consistently, and consistent staffing throughout. That's what we've included in our proposal.
And I trust that you're going to do that.
And if I may also comment on that, it is part of food and beverage, and the carts actually were property of SRI. So last year, when you gave direction, we did order 2 brand-new beverage carts that should be delivered by the end of December.
Awesome.
And they're city property.
And then I just kind of want to throw a couple questions out there. I did not know that driving range was as popular as it is. Do you have ideas for that? Any changes or any implementations that you'll do to maybe, because I know it attracts a big crowd.
Certainly. So driving ranges and practicing golf is very popular, and I know that the city and all of you have approved quite a few capital improvements and the funds to make improvements. I understand that some lighting upgrades have been considered. What we really need to do now and over the next few months is take a look at all of the existing plans for improvements and really allocate and prioritize what needs to be done. There's some infrastructure issues, roofs on the clubhouse at Rancho Solano, and take a look at all of that and create and present to all of you a prioritized list of capital improvements that we recommend, and doing that with input from the golf community. So improving the driving range would be high on our list. We just need to see where it fits in once we get to know the properties better.
Okay. And then one last question, colleagues, then I'll be done. We talked, and I talked briefly to you about having these long-term employees and their 401ks or whatever type of retirement they have. Will you make them start over, or will they come in at however many years they have with the previous company should they come over to Touchstone?
Typically, we honor the start dates that the staff originally had, that it's not just that they started working with Touchstone Golf as of January 1st and everybody starts over. So that's our plan.
That's awesome. And that's all I have. Sorry to be a little long-winded, but I am really excited that you guys are here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Anybody else? Councilwoman Williams?
Yes, before you leave, so onboarding two properties at the same time, would that, is that, do you see any issues with that? Is that going to be fairly easy to do?
Well, any transition that we make is not an easy process. It's just inherently challenging in bringing on that many staff members. Fortunately, we've already started the planning process, and now with all of your approval tonight, we'll be able to really ramp up and start having meetings with the staff and moving forward to get a chance to get to know them and them to get to know us. Fortunately, we have a lot of resources locally at our courses that are ready to help out and jump in. And to answer your question, Councilwoman, it will be challenging, but it's a challenge that we're totally up for.
And then my last question is more directed towards staff. Christina, I looked through the contract. It looks, it looks good, but I guess my question was surrounding, I think there were issues, with the past vendor. How is this contract comprehensive enough to catch any, any performance issues or anything that we need to kind of address quickly?
I feel confident in how we have proposed the agreement for those performance, and we'll have much more continuity. Having one single operator is really the best for efficiencies, and really having, the ability to have an integrated overall planning and, prioritization. So and as most of you already feel and know, with Touchstone, they come with reputation and integrity. So feel very confident.
This is very exciting. Thank you.
Councilman Vaccaro?
One quick question. One of the issues we had, I know up in Rancho, and I think Paradise too, was there wasn't, the times of the grill were not posted, because people would go up there at 5 o'clock, it's closed. Next night, people go up at 7, it's open. So it will be posted, right, on?
100%.
Okay, because that was really.
On the doors, on the websites, everybody will know when we're going to be open. We'll stick to those hours. It's an important part, obviously, of having a consistent restaurant operation.
Anybody else? No? Okay, then I will entertain a motion.
And Madam Mayor, just
Yes.
As Ms. Conjure was, or Christina was saying, I would recommend that you make a motion to approve Resolution 2023-257 with the one amendment to change the wording in Section 1 from Exhibit A to Attachment 2 and 3. That's just to align it with the agenda report.
My
So
motion-
moved.
My
Okay.
motion will be exactly what the.
Right, and
city
and I'll
attorney
second
said.
that.
Okay.
Mayor Moy, before you vote, if I may.
Yes.
Just speaking for our entire organization, we're just thrilled with the notion of working with all of you. It's been such a pleasure over the last few months to be spending the time that we have and getting to know the committed golfers in the community, and we're so, just as I said, thrilled to be involved. And I know this is a little unusual, and I've not done this before. My colleague and friend, James Birchall, is, as I think most of you know, a Fairfield native. So James, maybe if you wanted to say something really quickly. It's a big thing for James to
Armio.
be involved.
Sorry.
Good evening, council. Thank you, Mark. And yes, it's an honor to be here and to have this opportunity as someone who grew up here, went to elementary, middle, and high school, and even Solano, and worked at Rancho Solano. This is a real honor to be hopefully selected to start managing these properties again. So thank you.
Well, the only thing, gentlemen, that I will hold against you. Armio Indian.
I
I'm
know.
Falcon forever. Yeah.
Yes.
All righty then.
My
Okay.
nephew goes to Rodriguez, and they just beat Armio.
Oh, okay. But my husband is Armio Indian, so okay. Anyway, so we have a motion and a second on. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that was unanimous. Congratulations, and let's go. All right, so now we are going to move on to item 8, please.
Item 8, Resolution 2023-258 of the City Council of the City of Fairfield declaring the results of a special election for the City of Fairfield Community Facilities District Number 2023-2, Train Station Specific Plan 2, and directing the recording of a notice of special tax lien, and first reading and introduction of ordinance 2023-12 of the City Council of the City of Fairfield authorizing the levy of a special tax within the City of Fairfield Community Facilities District Number 2023-2, Train Station Specific Plan 2. And our presenter is Chris Lewis, Public Works Senior Management Analyst.
Good evening, council and members of the public. On July 18th, council held a public hearing and adopted resolution 2023-204 establishing CFD 2023-2. This district will provide public safety services, park and open space maintenance, landscaping and lighting maintenance, and cemetery maintenance in the northeast portion of the city. Council also adopted Resolution 2023-205 calling for a special election to be held today, October 17th, and directing a ballot measure regarding the annual levy of special taxes within the CFD to be submitted to the qualified electors. Ballots were mailed to the electors in September, and the results will be declared tonight. If there is not a 2/3 majority vote in favor of the ballot measure, then the resolution directing the recording of a notice of special tax lien shall not be adopted. However, if there is a 2/3 majority vote in favor of the ballot measure, then the council may adopt said resolution, waive the first reading of the ordinance to levy the special tax, and staff will return in November for the second reading. So at council's direction, the city clerk may now tabulate the ballots and declare the results.
Okay, I'll start opening the 14
I'm
ballots.
sorry, you need to pass the resolution first.
Oh, oops.
I'll entertain
Sorry.
a motion. Well, first, let me see. Are there any public comments? Anybody waiting to speak?
I don't have any cards, and there are, I can't tell if there are any hands raised.
Yeah, I
online.
can't see that. Do we have anybody online? Okay, we're going to move forward then. I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
So moved in a second. That was backwards, but I'm all in. Okay, all in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you. That was unanimous.
Okay, I didn't get who made the first or the second.
Yeah, backwards.
that we get it done. That's what matters. Get it done, council. So she's opening envelopes and tabulating votes. So that's what's happening with the clerk right now, and I believe there are 14.
Yes, okay, so the first one that I opened is 198 yes votes.
And Madam Mayor, just in terms of process and timing, you could pass this matter and come back to it and go on to the next item and let the
All right,
city clerk tabulate at her leisure.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and we'll come back to this. I'm going to move to item 9, and this is a discussion and direction regarding the failed June 2023 Proposition 218 vote for 7 landscaping and lighting maintenance districts. And our staff member.
Oh, okay.
You have a report? Okay, hit it.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. All right, good evening again, council members and members of the public. Just as a very quick summary for those who may have just started following the LLMD situation, a couple years ago, the city initiated a Proposition 218 balloting process for 9 landscaping and lighting maintenance districts that were facing a funding shortfall. That process concluded in June 2023 with a property owner vote and a ballot tabulation, which resulted in the formation of 2 districts there on the left, Gateway and Paradise Valley. However, property owners in the remaining 7 districts shown on the right over there on the screen did not approve the formation of new LLMDs in their respective communities, and so these districts are still facing a funding shortfall. On September 19th, an independent resident group comprised of property owners from various LLMDs proposed to the council that the city conduct a second Proposition 218 balloting process for these 7 districts, and council directed staff to come back with some options, and so that's the purpose of today's meeting. Before we get into these options, I just wanted to outline 3 of the main objectives of the Prop 218 process that we need to consider as we are going through the options and as council's making the decisions tonight. In order to put these objectives together and the list of options for council, staff had to evaluate a lot of factors like legal requirements, potential timelines, the availability of resources, and then we also contemplated a lot of the feedback that we received from property owners during the last Prop 218 process. So the objectives we have listed here are in no particular order. One is definitely not more important than the other, but these are just items that we're asking council to consider and prioritize. The first is the timeline. So one of the things we need to consider is how soon we want to conduct another Proposition 218 process, and for which fiscal year do we intend to implement the new districts should they be formed. The second thing we need to consider and prioritize is there anything about the engineer's report that we'd like to change? So we do understand that there are several elements in the engineer's reports that was developed for us by NBS during the last process that, just quite frankly, didn't really sit well with a lot of property owners. A few of those elements are the methodology. Some people didn't necessarily agree with how the methodology was used to calculate the assessment rates. Another element is the overall district budget. Some people took issue with the significant cost increases for just the services in general, and that budget definitely affected their assessment rates. A couple other elements are the scopes of services and the district boundaries. So we didn't get a lot of feedback from residents regarding these 2 items. However, we got enough feedback for it to make this short list here. And then the last objective we need to consider is the community outreach and engagement portion. So I have that listed here under the community communication umbrella because these are 2 different actions with 2 very different outcomes. So first we have the community outreach, which is more of a one-way communication flowing from the city to the property owners, and it's more like information sharing, periodic updates and notifications through things like postcards, website updates, and social media posts, things like that, versus community engagement, which is more of a 2-way communication between the city and property owners, more of a collaborative process, and this means that there's more opportunity for to actually incorporate some of the input that we receive into the overall process. So these are the 3 objectives that we should be considering. With those objectives in mind, we can talk about the options that staff has prepared for you tonight. So you'll notice that option number 1 has been struck from the list here, as option number 1 would have been to rehire NBS, basically to update the engineer's report, the 2023 engineer's report that they've already created for us. And when I say update, I don't mean any significant changes. I just mean update things like adding the appropriate CPI adjustments to the assessment rates, updating the budgets to reflect the 24-25 fiscal year, and then other details like property owner details and parcel lot sizes and things like that, should they have changed. So this option made the list because we understand that there may have been a desire to conduct another process pretty much immediately so that we can implement a district in fiscal year 24-25. And rehiring NBS would have been the only option we could have went with in order to make that deadline, because they have all the district data and things like that. So until late last week, staff was prepared to present this option today, but we received word from NBS, as I said, late last week, that they're actually unable to commit to the city to do this process for us by fiscal year 24-25. Due to just the availability of their own resources, they have prior commitments with other communities in California, and so, like I said, they don't have the resource to help us with this at this time. We did speak with them again recently as of today, and they did mention that there may be an opportunity to assist us with maybe one district, but there were a lot of those, it's kind of really, it's not a guarantee, it's very uncertain at this point. So this is not necessarily an option we could consider. But the second option listed here is to hire a new consultant, or at least put out an RFQ to try to get some proposals from other consultants to basically restart the process, develop a new engineer's report, develop a new financial analysis. This does stretch out our timeline quite a bit, but this does allow us to do more of that community engagement and collaboration that I was talking about earlier. The third option here is to conduct a community survey to determine the primary reasons for why the district failed in the first place. So with this option, we could really figure out the main objections, what the main objections were, and then we can use that information as a starting point to kind of guide us on how we would structure whatever new district we would provide in the future. And when I say structure the district, I mean address things that's within the city's purview, like budgets, scopes of works, in some cases boundary lines and things like that, all of the things that doesn't necessarily require an assessment engineer to determine for us. So this third option made this list because throughout this last process, city staff heard directly from the property owners about potential reasons why they think it might not pass or why it didn't pass. And so among those reasons are potentially residents just didn't want any increase at all. So regardless of what services they'd be gaining or losing, they're just not comfortable with increasing assessment rates in a post-pandemic world with some economic and political uncertainty. It just might not be these property owners' priorities. Some property owners' priority at this moment, landscaping. The other possibility is that residents are probably only comfortable with a small increase. As you know, a lot of property owners were faced with double and sometimes triple or maybe even more assessments than they're currently paying, and so it's possible that while they're willing to go up, they just weren't willing to go up that much. The other reason is residents wanted more equitable rates. With the current districts, everybody's paying the same rate. In each district, everybody's paying the same rate. But with this new methodology, and especially with Proposition 218, property owners were paying different rates. So in a lot of cases, one property owner might be paying double or triple than their neighbor across the street, or their neighbor, to the left or right of them, or maybe even someone down the street. So that didn't sit well with a lot of people that they were paying different rates. And then the last couple of reasons has more to do with time. That some residents just wanted more time or more opportunities to potentially put in, have more input in things like the scope of services or the budget or the overall communication, community engagement process, things like that. Maybe they needed more time to sit with the engineer's report to really digest that information, to sit with their family, to go over their finances, to collaborate with their community on whether or not they actually want to do this. So that again was one of the more common feedback that we received from residents, so that's why it's here on this list. So I'm sure there might be other reasons, but with this third option here, what that'll give us the ability to do is really dig deeper into the reasons why these districts potentially didn't pass. And then the fourth option here is to take no action. Of course, council may choose to not proceed with any Prop 218 action or community outreach at this time. So the possible outcomes for each of these options here, so again, number one has been taken off the list here. But for options number 2 and 3, if we go with either of those options, we can definitely address some of the items in the engineer's report that were pain points for some people during the last process. We can also decide what type of community outreach and engagement we'd like to do with the community. I wanted to point out, though, that these two options do not allow us to meet the 24-25 deadline. In the staff report, attachment 1 of the staff report shows the administrative and legislative timeline that we would have to meet regardless of what fiscal year we chose to do this process in. And basically, February 1st is when we would need that engineer's report to be finalized in the city's hands. And that gives staff time to prepare for the notice of intent meeting, the 45-day balloting period, the public hearing, and of course, we always need that cushion on the end of this process, because in case the new districts don't pass, we need to revert back to the existing districts, do the annual process, all of that. All right, so we talked about how we could possibly proceed with this process here. But the last piece of the puzzle is how we would actually pay for these efforts here. So since the September 19th council meeting, staff did meet with a few consultants to talk about what these efforts potentially would cost. Unfortunately, these consultants really did need more of a formal type scoping meeting so they can really provide even just a meaningful estimate. So we were unable to even get estimates at this time. But what we do know is that the last effort cost about $80,000 per district for both the community engagement and engineering analysis and Prop 218 work. So we can at least estimate that this effort would cost around that same price. Of course, staff would come back with the final numbers once you give us direction. The three options for funding are a general fund loan, a general fund contribution, and district assessment revenue. With the general fund loan, that would mean that while we're doing this balloting period and the community engagement, all of that, there would be no interruption of services because we would have that loan to kind of subsidize and pay for those services during that time frame. But what that also means is that if the district does not pass, then services would be reduced after that during that repayment period. So as with the last round of loans we provided, what the city is doing now for those districts is we're collecting the annual assessments, we're taking the loan payment off the top, and we're providing services with the remaining balance. A general fund contribution would mean that the districts would not have to experience any interruption in services, so the city would essentially fund the Prop 218 process, and then whether or not the ballot's passed, if the ballot passes, great, we have a new district. If it doesn't pass, then it doesn't affect the district's services. And then the last option is to completely remove the general fund from the equation and just use district assessment revenue. That would require that we temporarily reduce the service in whatever district we're choosing this option for, so that we can take those assessment revenues and pay for the Prop 218 ballot. If the district passes, again, great, we have a new district to pay for the services. If it doesn't, then we'll be able to bring back up the services slightly to match whatever available revenue we have. All right, so now staff is requesting council's direction on which option you would like to proceed with and what funding source we should use for each of the 7 districts. So council can mix and match. We do not have to, you can choose one option and one funding source for one district and choose a different option and different funding source for another district, or you can just choose one option and kind of apply it to all districts at once. I want to mention that identifying the funding source tonight was a much more pressing matter when at the time we made this presentation and staff report because we were, having option number 1, hiring NBS to do the process for 24-25 was an option. But since that's off the table now, we don't necessarily need a final answer on funding tonight. What council can do is direct us on an option, and then staff can go back, research that option, and come back to you, and then you can decide funding at that time. So I think we can, that concludes my presentation. We can open this up for discussion, questions, and council's direction.
First, I'm going to see if there's any public comment.
Phil went out, but I'd like to.
All right.
And I do have John Takeuchi as well.
John, go first? Sure.
I'll fill one out for you, June.
Good evening. We moved into our new home out the other side of the highway in 1975. Prop 13 came along a couple years later, a real godsend. A couple years later came Melrose, okay? And we escaped that one. And that strikes me as, I've never thought too much about this topic of the LMDs, but it strikes me that there's a certain unfairness among the members of our community. Some pay it, we don't, okay? Now, I think maybe that you should consider the option of letting people opt out of the LMD and take care of what's in front of their house by themselves. Now, having said that, the city has imposed certain rules in the coding and whatever like that, the medians and whatever the city imposed on them and which they're paying for. The city would have to work out some kind of arrangement to, for example, the irrigation up on the hillside there. You take care of the irrigation along Waterman Boulevard, all that, there's a lot of slope up there. You'll have to work that out. But I think some of the objections are that some of those people would rather take care of their front themselves. So anyway, that's a thought.
Thank you. June?
Oh, sorry, June.
Hello again. So my request would be that we take the time for option number 3 and also to have the general fund contribution. We cannot have our neighborhoods and I speak for all of the districts, we cannot have our neighborhoods, they're already suffering. And the thought of this taking another potentially 2 years, I can't even imagine what it's going to look like. So I don't think hiring a new consultant and developing a new engineer's report is the right way to go. I think we need to definitely meet with these residents and find out why they voted, why we had failed ballots, so we can figure out. I think there's a lot of education that needs to happen first. Otherwise, I think having another vote is just going to be another no vote, unfortunately, particularly for my area. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Council, go ahead, Councilman Carr. Jump right in.
I already know the answer, but, I'm sorry.
Oh. All right, come on down.
I don't know what happened to your card, Rick.
I didn't turn it in.
Oh. You can't speak then, go sit down.
Yes. I really want to get done what we can do, and our discussions that we had were to get what we can with what we have, because we're going to suffer, as June just mentioned. But doing things the right way is always the best way. And when you rush, you run into what we ran into. And that's really what we had. We had a rush, but we also had a restriction of information. Out of abundance of caution, it was, well, don't do this because that would really be leading a vote. Or don't do that because clearly that might tell people what to do. But those were the facts. We did not present the bare facts to people from the beginning. At the end of the campaign, we did. We presented them a list. This is what you have if you get the new tax. This is what you'll have if you don't. People understood that, but they did not understand so much. And the people who were working as working group people felt very left out. Most of them in my group left. They pulled out. They were not participating any longer because they realized it was a juggernaut that was not looking for information, but it was just going to move forward with their plan. And the information that we got from the individual—
You have 20 seconds.
The individual homeowners were different than what we got at the city. The city, the people that called were happy. The people we talked to were upset because they didn't understand the engineer's report. They didn't understand why certain aspects of that took place, and no good explanations were given. So that's doing it the right way, good information, support, and credibility. Then we need to go forward with that type of a plan.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Okay, and last, Carol Hummel.
Do I get points for the frequent talking? Let's see. Chris has asked you to consider a lot of possibilities, and I think I really like the mix and match option, and you might not be able to decide that this evening, but come back and look at each district individually, because some, actually have to raise this, have reserves and they have money, and others, Rolling Hills where we are, there are no reserves, and it will just run out of money, and I don't even know what the options are if we don't act in that one for next fiscal year. So I think it really is, you have to look at it district by district and work with Public Works and what's the budget, what's left, and you can choose. This one can wait a year, this one can wait 2 years. And I also think we did like a shotgun effect with let's do 7 or 9 or whatever we did. And that was just a lot of resources. I mean, Chris was everywhere. NBS was everywhere with these meetings. And if you pick the 2 or 3 worst ones and go after them first, and then pick the next 2 or 3, and the next 2 or 3, because what are there, 14 left, that have to be looked at? Because 2 passed out of 16. So I think there's a lot of information here. And some of us, my friends here, have sat here and gone through every number for our individual districts. We know how much is spent for water. Water and electricity are the number 1 and 2 expenses, right? And then comes the landscaper, and then comes all the ancillary products. So you really need to look at it district by district. Is my and I think she has some good options up there, but it's not a cookie cutter. It's many things. Thank you.
Any other speakers?
No.
Looks like nobody's online. All right, council, what do you want to do here?
I'd like to make a clarification real quick. Like I said before, I already know the answer, but I think everybody in here should hear it again. What was the total cost of that MBS report and the engineering report?
It was about 750,000, somewhere around there, $80,000 per district, yeah.
And you
around
don't
there.
see that going down with a new consultant, I'm sure?
Right, yeah, we were using that as our basis for the
And that is
estimate.
taxpayer money. Thank you.
Councilman Tonneson.
I think I made my feelings clear last time. This is more of a campaign, but I'm just going to talk about my district. I live in District 2. I feel like it was my loss because I didn't understand the process good enough, and I didn't deliver it good enough, in my opinion. I lost 89% to 11. I'm not going to win that battle. That's not going to happen. So giving general fund contributions, I'm going to lose again. So is that going to happen? So we shell out however much money it is, and 6 of the 7 districts lose again, or whatever the number is. Where's the city at? I would go with the majority council, but myself, I think I need to do a better job selling this downtown. So that's just my comments.
So Councilman, just so I could clarify with you, are you thinking a community survey overall, or take no action, or just?
I would be at take no action. If the community survey, who's going to do that? The city?
We'd probably have to contract with somebody, is that right, Chris?
We could do it a number of ways, but I think that, yeah, to make sure that we have professionals who do this type of survey that would
Free
require
contracts.
a consultant and.
Right.
I'm going to let you guys discuss it. I mean, because I got my tail handed to me so bad downtown that
Okay.
I'm still licking my wounds like everybody else is probably, but I don't know what to do to make this pass.
Okay.
So.
Councilwoman Williams.
So first I have a question and then I'll tell you my thoughts. So to develop the new engineer's report, so I just want to make sure that I understand. So we can't take the old engineer's report and have a new consultant review, update. They'll only update their own reports. Is that right?
Well, I haven't asked consultants directly this question, but it was something that we were kind of considering here in the city. However, we think that that's highly unlikely that a consultant will do that. And the reason for that is once an engineer stamps that report, they're certifying that all the information in that report is true and correct. They've done their due diligence to confirm that all the information is true and correct. The methodology that's represented in the report is the best methodology to apportion the special and general benefit. So I just think that there's a great deal of liability and risk, and it's highly unlikely that any consultant would take that on without, either changing it a little bit or doing their own due diligence.
Okay, so I almost was expecting a report that kind of gave us a debriefing of what went really great with the loss process and what went really, really wrong. And I only got some type of insight, like when we were having the city tours. People will weigh in and say, you did this really, really bad. The communication was awful. The communication was late. The communication was this, and that. That was the only time that I ever got any type of insight. And for us to go through this process again and not really understand exactly what happened before and where the appetite is. So if the appetite is still not interested, I don't know why we would go through this process. So I think before hiring a new consultant or just having the consultant do the debriefing, or I don't know why NBS wouldn't be, they don't have much resources. Why can't some of this resources that they may have, why can't it to do a kind of postmortem or whatever it's called on the past process, even though some of it may be a little bit fall, dirt in their own eyes. But I don't know. I feel like I need more information personally to make this next decision.
Anybody else? Go ahead, Councilman Varo.
This kind of threw me off because option one was something that I thought we could do, but now we can't do it. So I'm not quite sure. As far as the funding source, Chris, you said we don't have to decide on that tonight, right?
Correct.
Okay, and I'd rather not decide on that tonight. I'd rather look into that a little bit more. The options right now, definitely in my eyes, I don't want to hire a new consultant yet because there's too much to go over. As far as number 3 is concerned, three would actually be the only one I would think of right now, conduct a community survey. I think I know why it failed in my district. It was close. It was a pretty close vote, but, I think it was more of the weighted issues, obviously, that why it failed. No, the city, that's right, the city didn't vote in our district. So that would have kind of changed things. I know I've heard that a lot. But conduct a community survey, I don't know how much money we're going to spend on that. That's my concern. I don't mind doing it. I just don't want to spend a lot of money doing it. I know there's people that can do the survey for, a little less expensive than some. So I don't know if you have any idea how much that would cost.
No, I'm sorry, I don't have an
No
estimate on that
ballpark
at the
figure, no, David?
When we've done, so when we did the last community-wide resident satisfaction survey, statistically significant, that was, I want to say, just right around 30,000. I'm not sure you necessarily need a voter-validated, statistically significant poll on this. So I definitely think we can do it much more cost-effectively. There's a couple of companies that we work with where we do stuff for a lot cheaper than that in terms of getting community input. So I don't want to venture a guess, but I think you'd be south of 30,000 in doing outreach on all these.
Okay.
Go ahead, Councilman Carr. I think you had something to say.
Actually, that was going to be my question, was
Okay.
About how much would number 3 cost us. That was what I was going to ask. Thanks.
Madam Vice Mayor.
So it's my understanding that we own the data upon which the engineering reports are based, is that right?
Yes.
So that data, we just paid for that. And we just paid for that last year. So do we have any options with respect to ownership of the data means that we can use the data somehow, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
In what way?
In any way we'd like. It is our data, and I think you might be going with, can we just pass that along to another consultant, potentially to create a new engineer's report? Is that, sorry, maybe I'm jumping ahead here.
Or can we use the existing, let's face it, not 24 months have passed, not 12 months have passed. This data is pretty fresh data.
Yes.
And it probably won't change statistically significantly from then to now, right?
Right.
So my question is there any way that we can use those engineering reports in an effort? In other words, can we base a new process on those engineering reports with some tweaks that are minor?
Yes, however.
And done by the city?
And done by the city. I think that's probably the caveat, because we don't have any assessment engineers on staff here. So someone to, again, validate all the information, make sure everything's applied correctly, and then take that methodology and take ownership of that methodology. I don't know, I haven't asked any consultants whether they'd be willing to do that, but we assume it's unlikely.
Okay, because I just think it's really unfortunate and kind of financially just really, that's almost $1 million that we're just saying it's just going down the drain. And we know the data's fresh. So I'd like to explore if and how we can use the existing data to inform what we're doing moving forward. Yeah, number one was going to be my choice as well, but it's not, NBS can't do it. Although I think I heard you say that they may be able to do maybe one district.
Yeah, that's what they said. It's kind of
well then
So staff talked to him end of last week, let me know about that. I talked to MBS again today, because I'd had a conversation with them after all of this in Sacramento at the League of California Cities Conference. So I called them today, and they just said that they're, based on their current workload with projects they've got, working with other communities, doing this exact type of work, plus just a staff member they have that's going to be going out on medical leave. They just don't have capacity to meet the timelines that would be required in order to do this right now. So as
not even for one district?
That's what I pushed them on, and they said they might be able to do it for one district, but that was not a signed on the dotted line. Oh, absolutely, 100%, we're there. It was, they might be able to. They would want to know what that looks like.
Okay, well, maybe we should entertain what that prospect looks like. It might be, like Carol Hummel said, it might be more advisable to just maybe target one. Maybe this can be a test case. Maybe we can, because, I understand the point of the survey. We couldn't even get people to vote on ballots. So I don't know how engaged people will be with a survey. I think that those of us that were on the ground in the districts, we know why it didn't pass, because half the people didn't vote. Period. So there was poor voter turnout, and then the votes were, of the 50% that did, there were very close votes right down the middle. And we know that messaging was just left a lot to be desired. People didn't understand it. But once we knocked on doors and talked to people, they said, oh, absolutely. But that meant that requires more of a grassroots kind of effort that we just didn't have, and we should have. We should have done that differently. So doing the same thing and expecting a different result. So if we do all this survey and stuff, and then we do the outreach the same way and mail the same stuff, forget it. It didn't work. And that's why we've been meeting and talking and thinking about different ways to do it. So I don't know. I'd like to maybe think about, or maybe we need some more information. Maybe we need to hear what NBS has to say. I just hate to take this data, $750,000 worth of data that's not a year old, and just can it. That's just, if it were my money, no way on earth I'm doing that out of my bank account.
Yeah, to be clear, I don't think we're just taking data and canning it, right? The data are GIS layers that were built based on parcels, based on the special versus general benefit, right? It's all of that data that we own. The methodologies behind that, and then the engineering firm as an assessment engineer stamping the report. That's what NBS would be doing on our behalf, or any of the other firms that we've talked to. And so with those other firms, they're the ones saying, yeah, to do this right, it's going to take them a much longer time. The 24, 25 rolls are not possible in that amount of time. And I think what staff's recommending, or not recommending, but one of the options staff's putting forward in terms of that survey, I hear you, right? There was a lack of engagement on this topic. But I think that the results are starting to speak for themselves. I know certainly we've had conversations with folks in Rolling Hills, which is the district that I think is seeing the largest, most rapid decline of the quality of their landscaping, because they went from somewhere around $350,000 a year of landscaping maintenance to $60,000. That's going to have a detrimental impact. As that has an impact, people might be more willing to engage on this topic. And I think the option there in terms of conducting those surveys is to gather feedback of why didn't you participate. And if people still are not participating, even in the survey, even if only 50% of folks show up, you only have to get a majority to not protest, right? So if 5 people show up and 3 of them are voting yes, and it's weighted towards those 3, then you can pass a district and 97% of people could not participate. So I think the purpose of a survey and some of that community outreach, and what I think I'm hearing from some of the other council members, is let's gather some of that input, let's gather some of that feedback to try to figure out how we could do this right a second time around, so that we're not just spinning our wheels or spending money on an effort that goes out and to Councilwoman Williams' point, we just spend a whole bunch of money and we're right back in the same spot because 6 of them vote no again. We would want to understand, why did they vote no? And that's where I think that survey and some of that outreach helps to answer for us what we think are the reasons that people voted no.
Thank you. Councilman Vaccaro?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I would not really be in favor of just NBS doing one district. I think to me that's an equity issue. I mean, there's other districts out there too. And I understand if that's all they can do, but I would not be comfortable with that.
I'd like to make just one more point about the data. While we do own it, and while it is possible for us to take that data and pass it to another consultant, just reiterating again, they'd have to validate all of that data, but also, depending on what methodology they use, they might not have a full set of data, because if they use, for example, frontage, right, frontage of parcels, well, that's something that they don't actually have. They have to go and collect that data already. So that data is a full package for NBS to do an engineer's report, but it's not necessarily a full package for another consultant to do an engineer's report.
What's your desire, council? Do you want me to make a motion? I will. Okay, I will. Why don't we give direction to about conducting a community survey and come back and tell us the cost of that, when it'll be done, and that kind of a thing. And as far as doing one, it looks like most people don't want to do that. Is that right? So is that enough direction? Do we need to vote on that?
Yes, and if you could just specify the districts, if we're doing it for all 7, or if there's just a few that we're going to look into the community survey for. All 7?
All 7 on the community survey, so that would be my motion, to look at a community survey for all 7. We want costs to bring back to this council. Is that right?
Mayor, could we also get a debriefing of what happened for each district? I mean, I know we've been collecting information in different places. I would like to direct staff to give us a debriefing on why.
So once we get the survey done, that'll help us with the debriefing? Yes?
It could, but in my mind, someone knows now. You know, they're looking at all the debriefing. They've been doing the same this work. They have a sense of why this hasn't passed. I mean, what is NBS and our team that you've put so much legwork in this? What do you think? Why?
So some of the reasons that I mentioned during the presentation, such as like timing, just being able to sit with that engineer's report. One of the comments tonight was that there was a withholding of information or whatever that was, but what that was about timing, because the engineer's reports weren't ready, most of them until February. And so when we started the working groups the year prior, August, November, there just wasn't information to give. So I think that, there's lots of reasons that we've heard from the community, but yeah, we could put together a report, I guess, from a city's perspective as to why we think it might not have passed.
All righty, Councilman Tonis.
I more had a question for the city attorney. Maybe I'm out of line here, but when we voted on these districts, each of us had to sit out when it came to our district. Can we all vote on the
survey
for 7 districts for the survey?
Yeah, because I think you're just giving direction to staff on how to proceed. Yeah, nothing's being passed. There's no formal actions being taken tonight.
Yeah, I would get behind that if we see the costs and,
All right.
And David, when you were saying 30,000, was that per district or 30,000 total?
No, that's 30,000 total when we're doing polling for the whole city. This is quite a bit. I mean, that's for a 15-minute phone survey, right? And so the scope is quite a bit different on this, I believe. And so that's where we'll do some legwork and bring that back to you with a clear
I would be seconding that if that's your motion, Kat, as long
Okay,
as we see
thank
the
you.
numbers.
All in favor of that then?
Aye.
Okay, so that's the direction then. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and move on to item 10 then, please.
Madam Mayor,
Oh,
before we
yes.
move on,
Should I?
can I just ask, when you come back with the cost of the survey, are you going to be telling us how this survey is going to be conducted to maximize participation in the survey?
Yeah, I just from hearing this, our intent would be to solicit proposals, like actually kind of talk to these consultants, see what they could do for us for these districts. So, yeah, I think we'll have a good outline of what it would look like, cost, timing, that type of thing.
Thank you.
Councilman Carr.
And one more question. Do we have a timeline on we'll get that information? Just ballpark.
I'd like to say December, just because, setting up those meetings with the consultants, putting together in our mind what we think it would look like and having those discussions, I'm thinking,
reasonable.
December-ish timeframe.
That seems reasonable. And also, I have all the confidence in you guys. You guys worked your butt off on that. You probably know as much as what any engineering would come in and do. Believe me, don't sell yourself short.
Yeah.
You probably could figure this out yourself, I think, but.
All right, we're
Thank
going to
you.
move along on item 10 then, please.
Madam Mayor, just point of order. Do you want to return to item 8 and get the results of the ballot?
Actually, we do. Thank you.
Yes.
We're going to return to item 8.
Okay. 199.5 number of votes were in favor of the ballot measure, and 5.66 number of votes were in opposition to the ballot measure. So obviously, there is a 2/3 majority vote in favor of the ballot measure. In favor of the ballot measure, the resolution declaring election results and directing the recording of a notice of special tax lien shall be adopted.
All righty then. What else do I need to do on that one? Is that it?
So, Madam Mayor, at this point, you can open a public hearing onto the resolution, then take testimony, close the public hearing, bring it back to council for discussion or a motion. I would also note, just procedurally, the agenda report said first reading introduction, and it should say waive first reading. So whoever makes the motion to approve ordinance 2023-12 should note that they are waiving the first reading. Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to open up the public hearing. Is there anybody who wishes to speak?
I didn't know this was a public hearing.
Well, I'm just going to take public comment then.
okay.
It's not a public hearing.
And I do apologize. I think the
That's
city
all right. No,
manager
no.
just corrected me. I did say public
I'm just
hearing, and I was wrong.
accepting
I'm sorry.
public comment now.
Okay. And There is one hand raised online, even though it's showing that there are not, because we're having some problems with Zoom.
Okay,
So maybe Valeria could bring that person online, but
thank you.
I'm not positive they're on this item.
Okay.
You have 3 minutes. The person's name doesn't show.
Wait, I didn't hear her.
Please state your name.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Oh, good evening.
Hello.
This is Barbara Pascone in Rolling Hills.
Hi, Barbara.
Hi, everyone. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, council persons, and Mr. Gasaway. I wanted to comment on, I heard a lot of talk this evening about, how, well, people don't know the whole story, they don't understand what's going on. And I've done a lot of research on this. And what I just want to tell you is that one of the reasons people are having problems with
Barbara?
this is because...
Pardon me, I'm sorry, Barbara. Are you speaking about the LLMD?
Yeah, the LLMD
issue?
7.
Okay.
Yeah, I got cut off of Zoom, and then I went through the phone, and I was on hold for like a half an hour.
Oh, yeah, go ahead then. I'll take your comment.
I'm sorry.
No, it's
I'm
okay.
sorry. A lot of technicalities tonight. Okay, anyway, part of the reason is because when the maintenance districts were first set up in the early 1990s, people were being double taxed, and the city did a huge survey on that issue. They're being double taxed because they were paying property taxes to maintain the citywide facilities, and then they were also paying annual assessments to maintain the district arterial medians. And so to correct the problem, this is when the city started making general fund contributions to the LLMDs. And then with the passage of Proposition 218 in 1997, what happened was people were being double taxed, plus they were also being assessed for the general benefits rather than special benefits. So they were getting like a double whammy. And then, so that's still going on, to this date. 32 years that's been going on. And so that's one of the problems, is that no one in the city has even looked at that except NBS. Now, in the report that NBS did, the engineer's report, in their consulting service agreement, they wrote in there that they were going to advise, city council or city employees about the general fund contribution. But we never heard anything more about it since that time. City council didn't bring it up. I mean, we didn't receive a notice about it or anything. So evidently,
Barbara, you have 20 seconds.
Something was decided on, but nothing was ever actually done about it. So those are the main challenges. And then as far as using the NBC old engineer report, actually, it was not calculated properly. And I think that the city would probably have a lot of people, having some kind of a legal problem because it wasn't done correctly. And the other thing is
your
that...
time is up, Barbara.
Okay.
Thank
All right.
you.
You know what? My up, so I'll email you.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Barbara.
All right, thank you. Good night.
Have a good evening.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay,
Next
that was
person.
the only hand raised, yeah. Even though it's not showing, she's having some kind of
All righty.
technology.
So now we're going to go back and that's it for public comment, right? Okay. So we'll come back and we're going to make a motion, somebody is, on this. And just the way that our city attorney told us. So moved.
Second.
Second. All in favor? Aye. All right, that was unanimous. And so we're good with that one now, Mr. City Attorney?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, now we're going to move on to item 10.
Okay, I'm so confused. Item 10, Option 1, Resolution 2023-259 of the City Council of the City of Fairfield authorizing a Community Development Department, Public Works Department application fee waiver for City Church entitlements relating to homeless shelter services at 743 East Tabor Avenue. Or Option 2, Resolution 2023-260 of the City Council of the City of Fairfield denying a Community Development Department, Public Works Department application fee waiver, requests for City Church entitlements relating to homeless shelter services at 743 East Tabor Avenue. And our presenter is Maylee Sheehan, Principal Planner.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. I'm Maylee Sheehan, and I will be presenting the item this evening. So this item tonight is an entitlement application fee waiver request. However, I believe it is important to highlight some of the key items regarding the city's various homeless programs before diving into the waiver request. I promise I'll be brief. So in September of 2018, the council adopted a resolution finding that the health and safety of homeless individuals was threatened in Solano County based on the lack of shelter. They then declared the existence of a shelter crisis consistent with the state's declaration of a shelter crisis. In 2020, in response to that statewide shelter crisis and the COVID-19 pandemic, the council adopted an ordinance amending our municipal code to create the temporary shelter program. Under the temporary shelter program, religious facilities and other assembly uses within the city can provide temporary shelter to homeless individuals for a maximum of 9 persons and for a total of a 6-month period. Then in September of 2022, Council adopted another ordinance incorporating our emergency shelter program. Similar to the temporary shelter program, this was in response to mitigate threats to public health, safety, and welfare presented by the lack of available shelters and the COVID-19 pandemic. Very similar to the shelter program, it offers different places to allow for temporary shelters for homeless individuals. Where it differs is that it does allow a higher occupancy of persons. So in the residential zones, you could have a maximum of 10 persons, and in commercial and industrial zones, you could have a maximum of 20 people, and it would allow for a 1-year permit, and that permit could even be renewed upon each expiration date. And so shifting to tonight's request, the applicant who is requesting the fee waiver operates the City Living Center, a supportive program at City Church located on East Tabor. This slide summarizes the Fairfield City team's coordination with City Church to get their program legally permitted under our regulations. I won't go into all of the different line items here just to keep it brief, but City Church did have a temporary shelter permit, that's the 9 persons at 6 months, in 2021. Once that permit expired, city staff informed the church that they needed to come back and take further actions in order to continue their program under the proper regulations. In April of 2022, city staff did a site inspection of the property where various different violations were identified. For the next several months, we coordinated with City Church in order to help assist them and create a path forward to get them regulated. In October, the first formal citation was issued to City Church. And then February of 2023, an abatement hearing took place for the city and City Church. I know it's a little confusing. City staff and City Church to review those violations and come to an agreement essentially that the city would abolish all of the fines if every violation could be properly addressed within 6 months. That 6-month period lapsed, so in September of this year, we issued our first formal citation.
And of the citations, or of the violations, I should say, one of the items is land use. The church property is currently zoned residential, and as I just mentioned, it doesn't quite fit perfectly under any of those different programs that we have in place, and they're also not permitted for any of those programs we have in place. They could do the temporary shelter, 9 persons, 6 months, the emergency shelter for 10 persons in the residential zone for 1 year. However, both of those permit programs are tied to the California State's Shelter Crisis Declaration. So should that declaration ever be taken back, our programs would also end. So a good option forward for City Church would be to fall under our homeless shelter land use. However, that land use is not permitted in residential zones, so they would have to change their property's designation to a commercial zone and then apply for a conditional use permit, which would allow the homeless shelter to operate, and it would not be tied to any of the state's crisis declarations. So in order to get that moving, there are several different applications, entitlement applications, the church would have to apply for. These top 2 applications are what is required in order to change the land use designation from residential to commercial. And then the bottom 4 are applications that would be, should the general plan designation and zoning designation be changed, these bottom 4 applications would be required in order to grant entitlements for a homeless shelter. So the grand total of entitlement applications comes to $29,108. This evening, City Church is requesting that council waive all of those application fees. The cost of running their programs, working on the site, and building improvements required, and these application fees are too great, and so that is why they're asking for your consideration. So tonight, you have 2 options. You could do option 1, which would be approve the application waiver. If you were to approve it, there are timelines built into the resolution that would require City Church to apply for the general plan change and the zone change within 30 days of the adoption of the resolution. And then within 120 days of the adoption of the resolution, they would have to come in for the conditional use permit application and all the other development entitlements that would allow them to request a homeless shelter at their location. Option 2 would be to deny the fee waiver request, and of course, under that option, all of the fees would be applicable. I'd be happy to answer questions you might have.
And Madam Mayor, before you see if you have any questions, may I make a statement that the council asked me to make?
Yes, please.
Okay, the council had previously asked me to say on the record that a reminder that this is a request by City Church and Pastor Mulvey for a fee waiver for entitlement applications. And that is all that's before the council tonight, is whether or not to grant a fee waiver for these entitlement applications. The issue of the code enforcement citation, while cited as necessary for background on the request for a fee waiver, is currently pending appeal as an administrative matter and could potentially be appealed up to this body as a final appeal. And if that happens, then obviously you would sit as a quasi-judicial body to that appeal. So my recommendation to council tonight is to focus only on the application for a fee waiver and not delve into the merits of the citations. And that's it.
Okay.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. So do we have any public comments for this?
Is this item 11? 10.
10?
Okay, no, I have 2 for 11. Let me just check. Valeria, are there any hands raised for this item?
No, no.
Okay, thank you.
Pastor Mulvey, did yes.
I'll fill out the card for you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
So I've been in Fairfield now for 17 years, and we have housed for 16 of the 17 years. Going back, when I originally went to the planning department, we were given permission to house based on the zoning for that for our property at that time. I was told that we had a dual zone we were zoned commercial and high density. I'm very familiar with high density. I used to build a lot of high density. So my question to the planner was, does that mean we can house in this building being high density? And I was told yes. We borrowed at that time, the church was bankrupt, that's why I was sent, absolutely bankrupt, there was nobody there. So my team, I brought a team with me. We went and borrowed money, borrowed $26,000 to build out showers in the upstairs bathrooms because the planner then told me that we needed showers in order to house. So we drew the permits, engineering, et cetera, built it out, and we've been housing since that time. I think part of the issue that we have had is that we've grown, we substantially have grown. We house quite a large number of people. We have a number of programs, including a free clinic on site, and we have outgrown what the code will allow. I've been told now that the zoning does not allow for that, but again, we have done this for 16 of the 17 years with the city's permission, with the backing of city council, with the backing of the city manager, chief of police, head of planning, and the fire department. They've been in our property numerous times, have meetings there, ate lunch there, ate dinners there, and conducted meetings. The city has asked us at least on one occasion, if not two, well actually two, but one occasion they asked us to provide extra housing and financed the tents to do it and the cots to do it and everything else to do it. And we did that at their request. We've been asked to expand years back to include tiny homes across the back. We met with all staff, head of agencies in our building to do that. We, at that time, declined to do it because of a sewer issue and having to put in lift stations to do it. It just cost prohibited. So my point being is that we have served the city unsupported financially by the city. We received no grants, no city funding. We serve the city and the homeless population. We're not here to enable people to stay homeless. We're here purely to take people out of the lifestyle if they want out. If they want out, we'll get them out. Probation, parole will tell you that we have the most successful program in Northern California, the highest success rate. We work with both parole, probation, and all of the criminal courts. All the judges know us by name and will place people with us in lieu of jail. We do a good job at what we do, trust me. We do an excellent job, and I'm proud of it. If you turn this down, our request for fees to be waived, yes, I will do my best to raise funds. I've done it before. I'd rather not. I'd rather the city repay us for what we've done over all these years by just waiving the fees. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Pastor. Councilman?
Yeah, I'll respond. So I hear your speech, Pastor, and we certainly want to take care of homeless. That is, you know, I'm sure that is paramount on this dais. But we've got 84 pages here of where and I've read almost all 84 of them, where the city has been trying to help. The city has been trying to help the city church. We tried to tell them that it's an emergency shelter and they can change the zoning. They said no. They had let's see, on October 11th, 22, the church and the kitchen were closed for major violation. The kitchen in the question was constructed without permits. This goes on and on and on and on and on. Again, it's 84 pages. But here's what gets me the most. Our staff has been trying to help you. From everything that, if you've got different information than what they're providing, I'd be happy to look at it. We have bent over backwards to help you. And on more than one occasion, probably numerous, they've gone out to do inspections and you've told them they can't come in. There's nothing, I mean, this is all clear, and I'm assuming that all this is true. You haven't given me anything to rebut this. What you said that you're doing, that's great. We love the programs. I mean, I've toured your church. We're good with all that. But to deny our staff access to your property, to have them do numerous requests and give you numerous breaks,
It is.
I don't think it would be fair to the staff, in my opinion. So I know what option I'll be going with. That's all from you, Mayor.
Okay. Any other comments? Councilwoman?
How many, with regards to the emergency shelter program, I know it can be renewed annually. Is there a max time that it could be renewed? Just up until the emergency ends?
Up until the way our code is written is you are eligible for renewal annually. But should the state lift the housing crisis, that's what our ordinance is tied to, so then our program would end should the state lift their crisis.
Okay. So I'm just going to say this. With option 1, they have 30 days to adopt and submit land use applications. In the entire packet that I read, deadlines were not met. They weren't met, plain and simple. And that's the issue that I have with that option. I understand the programs are being done, I think as a community we're grateful for the services that are being rendered there. But time and time again, when we have asked for stuff, we've given deadlines and we've given extensions, and nothing. And they have not been turned in. That's my concern, is that if that's the option the colleagues go with, I have concern that this will not be turned in on time, and then we're just back at square one. Those are my comments right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Anybody else? All right. Go ahead, Councilwoman Williams.
So my question is surrounding consistency of waiver requests. Have we done any entitlement waivers in housing, emergency shelters, anything that kind of fits in there? Is theirs?
Yeah, there was, and this was one of the reasons that when I talked with the mayor about putting this on the agenda, I want to say it was about 2 years ago, there was another church here in town that had previously applied for a permit, and the time on that permit had lapsed. And so they came in and requested that the city consider waiving the fee for resubmittal. At that time, the city council did take up that item and did approve that waiver. I want to just say that was in the $4,000 or $5,000 range and it was building permits for just a different church organization here in town. So there is that precedence where that happened. In terms of housing or homeless, nothing comes to mind off the top of the head.
And I'll point out both our temporary shelter and our emergency shelter permits are no-fee permits, if any applicant wanted to go that route.
Sure.
Because I want to make sure that I understand this correctly. So we can consider the 90-something pages of that we were provided in our packet, in our agenda packet, in this decision.
Yes.
Okay. So I will say that reading all of this and the citations and infestations and all this stuff, I don't know. I want our homeless community sheltered, but I do not want them sheltered in infestation of insects and substandard buildings. I think I would feel different if I wasn't looking at all these violations of, maybe waiving, but this makes me really uncomfortable. So at this point, I couldn't support a fee waiver.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Carr.
Yes, first off, I love what City Church has done in the past and what their main issue in wanting to help other people. As some people may or not know, I work for probation and parole. Currently, I'm working for the courts, and I've even placed people at City Church. Not successfully, but I have a long outside history as a case manager working there, and I have a lot of inside information on top of our what the city has given us, and at this time, as much as it pains me to say, because we need the services, we have to have the services that are safe and in code. So I'm going to go with option 2 and deny the application fee waiver request at this time.
Any other comments? I'll entertain a motion. Oh, Madam Vice Mayor.
Yeah, so I was going to say that, so most of this 284 pages, this is with respect to code violations, right? And tonight, we're talking about the conditional use permit. Am I getting that right?
Well, yeah, the general plan amendment, zoning, zone change, all of the items that Maylee had shown on the screen just a moment ago, all of those items right there for the entitlement.
And if we vote to waive these fees, if the application gets filed in 30 days, the separate issue of the code violations does not go away. That's still pending, correct?
Correct.
So that can be addressed, but with us still based, if nothing else, on the fact that we all up here love the work, we know Fairfield needs the work, and we know the goodwill that City Church has built up in the community over time in working with the city as a partner. We could, I'm saying we can address both and not either or, right? So tonight, we're just looking at this waiver of $29,108 for the zoning. The fee waivers, which is of my concern as well, I mean, the code violations, which I have concerns about as well, that's on a different track for decision-making. Is that right, Mr. City Attorney?
Yeah, I think you said it very well. They are completely separate tracks. You are considering them completely separately. You're not considering anything about code enforcement or any citations tonight. You're just determining, do we want to grant a fee waiver to an applicant who's asking that application fees be waived?
Okay. So I'm going to say that based on the work that you've done in this city, which is undeniable, which is what we need, and which has been successful in so many ways, based on the goodwill and credibility that you built up on that front, I'm going to vote option number 1, so long as the land use applications are timely and submitted within 30 days. And then so I'm going to vote option 1, and then on the code violations, those are concerns that have to be addressed. They're pending before whatever the body is, and they may come to us, so that's all I'm going to say on that part. But on this part, on the fee waiver, I'm going to vote option 1. I'm going to vote yes, just based on all the good work you've done in the community.
I'm going to entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion for option 2.
And Madam Mayor, just because we have 2 options, I'd ask the motion maker to state the resolution number just so we're clear.
I make a motion for option 2, deny the application fee waiver request. All entitlement application fees shall be collected. Separate building permit and code enforcement fees and fines may still be applicable.
And it's resolution 2023-260.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Is there a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, I'm going to go ahead and take a roll call on that.
Sure. Councilmember Williams? This will be a yes or no on option 2.
Yes, option 2.
Okay. Scott, you made the motion, so yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaccaro? Yes. Councilmember Panduro? Yes. Vice Mayor Bertani?
No.
Councilmember Carr?
Yes on option 2.
And Mayor Moy?
Yes, on 2. So it's 6-1
6-1.
to deny. All right, we're going to go to public hearing, item number 11, please.
Yes, public hearing and resolution 2023-261 of the City Council of the City of Fairfield denying amendment request to the train station specific plan, SP 2022-001. And again, our presenter is Maylee Sheehan, Principal Planner.
Thank you. We'll just jump right into it. So this evening, I'm going to be using a lot of acronyms like planners tend to do. So I just wanted to start the presentation with a quick decoder here in case anyone wants to take a few notes. I'm going to use the acronyms on the screen: TSSP, Train Station Specific Plan, PA, Planning Area, MPUD, Master Plan Unit Development, and EIR, Environmental Impact Report. Additionally, I wanted to give some high-level details on the train station specific plan as a whole. It was approved in 2011 by Council. At the same time, an environmental impact report, an EIR, was also adopted that looks at the entire plan area from all environmental resource impacts, so wetlands, noise, traffic, etc. So that EIR is still in place and being implemented with every development that occurs in the specific plan area. In 2018, the Tom Hannigan Fairfield Vacaville train station opened, key component of the specific plan. Our specific plan has 10 planning areas. It provides very high-level, broad framework, but it also requires that every plan area have an MPUD. The MPUD dives into the fine-tuning of infrastructure, density if it's residential, square footage if it's commercial or industrial, and a whole giant, plan, 100+ pages of policies. So far, 5 planning areas have been approved: Planning Area 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So here we have a contextual map, just to give you an idea of where this is in the city. Your major roadway here is Cement Hill Road that turns into Vanden. That is running roughly horizontal on your screen. Here we go. And then running vertically would be Peabody Road. The star is the new train station. And as I mentioned, planning areas that have already been approved for an MPUD is Planning Area 1, 3, 4, and 5. Those are all residential planning areas. And then additionally, the most recent planning area to receive an MPUD is Planning Area 6, which is slated for industrial development. I'd also just like to highlight Planning Area 2 is not approved, but that would be our mixed-use high commercial city center for the specific plan. That's how it's envisioned. Planning Area 7 is in the early stages of design with our Public Works Department for the Matt Garcia Community Park. That's a 50-acre sports park. And Planning Area 8 is conservation space, and then 9 and 10 are existing developments. The applicant for this evening is part of the Planning Area 6 development team, so I did want to give a quick overview on PA 6 as well. At the end of August, the Planning Commission approved the MPUD permit development review that locks in the design guidelines and the master infrastructure for the planning area, and also an environmental review that ties the project to the adopted EIR. At that same Planning Commission and with that same resolution, they also provided a recommendation to this body to deny the specific plan policy amendments that are proposed and the topic of this item this evening. Within Planning Area 6, I should note, as I mentioned earlier, this is an industrial development or slated for industrial development. At full build-out, it could host 4.6 million square feet of industrial, 10,000 square feet of an incubator space, and 12,000 feet of commercial space as well. And this is just a, I tried, sorry, I know it's a little wonky. I wanted north to be at the top of your screen. So this is Vanden Road, and this is the conceptual site plan for Planning Area 6 overlaid the contextual map. So again, roughly 4.3 million square feet of industrial development at full build-out. So getting into the meat of it, tonight the applicant is requesting that we amend 3 policies within our train station specific plan. The policies are related to architecture and building siting. The first policy I have listed on the screen here, as you can read, this is related to building setback requirements and loading dock requirements. The main component that the applicant is looking at tonight is highlighted in green. This section of the policy is regarding orienting the loading docks at the rear of the building so that they're out of sight from roadways. The applicant is requesting that loading areas be allowed to face the primary roadways when necessary for building design. The request also notes that visual impacts could be mitigated by landscaping and berms. Staff does not recommend the approval of this request. Placing the loading areas at the rear of the building ensures a pleasant visual aesthetic and a lower noise level at the street, but it also supports building configurations that lend towards job-generating industrial uses. A key goal of PA6 in the specific plan is to attract high-value employers such as manufacturers, research and development, and incubator businesses. With cross-docking configurations or multiple double-loaded loading dock configurations, those typically lend towards warehouse and distribution, which is usually a lower job generation and not necessarily the goal of the specific plan. Here I have a visual. This is actually an existing warehouse within the city of Fairfield. This view is from Highway 12. So this is an instance in which you can see the loading docks from Highway 12. There is a berm and landscaping, but those docks are still visible. So that is what the specific plan is trying to avoid with the policy saying you can't have docks facing a street frontage. Here is another example in which the docks are not facing the street frontage. So on your top photo there, another building in the city of Fairfield, your frontage is really just windows, entry points for employees, and then your loading docks are tucked on the side behind wing walls where they are not visible. The second policy in question tonight is policy 13-78. This policy requires a building facade break in the measurements of 15 feet in width and 5 feet in depth for every 150 feet of linear building. So to put that in a better perspective, if a building is 360 feet in length, that's the length of a football field, they would required to put in 2 breaks somewhere in the architecture design. So a break could be, just 5-foot movement within that front facade. The applicant is requesting that this policy be amended to not require elevations with loading docks to provide those breaks. Rather, they would like the policy to only require articulation at the roof line and on the corners of the building. Again, staff does not support this request. As written, the policy ensures that large buildings have movement and articulation, and they're not visually flat along the entire face. The MPUD, as I noted earlier, is expecting very large buildings. We could be seeing 1 million square foot buildings out here. Those would be the largest industrial structures in the city in an area that's largely surrounded by open space. So visual aesthetic being a very key goal of our specific plan to make sure as these very large industrial buildings go up, they still have a pleasing aesthetic. Additionally, I'd like to point out that this policy is only for front facades or street-facing facades. So if the policy that requires loading docks being on the rear stays in place, then this policy would not actually impact those loading areas. So really, these two policies kind of tag team together. So we only need the breaks on the front side of the buildings, and if the front side of the buildings don't have loading docks, it wouldn't impact the applicant in terms of their request. Here again, I have some visuals. Again, a building within the city of Fairfield. Granted, this is not a super large industrial building. I believe this is a commercial office building, but it's a great example of where we provided a 5-foot break at a 15-foot length. So I highlighted it here in red where you can see, and you can see the difference at that front visual, what providing those breaks in elevation provide. And then here is an example in which the break is not at a 5-foot depth. Sorry. That's all right, I'll just bend down.
That one works, that one doesn't.
This is not the first time I've done that, I'm so sorry.
It's all right.
All right, so this is an industrial building in Fairfield where it does not provide the 5-foot break like the specific plan asks for. It actually only provides a very small break, but there is still a break. So what the applicant is requesting is no breaks whatsoever. And so you can see very small here in red where I've highlighted those breaks to be occurring. And even at that small level, it gives you a little bit of difference when you're looking at the elevation. So if you can picture there being no breaks at all, you would have a very flat facade. And then for the last policy in question, this is policy 1355. This requires that non-industrial buildings be oriented to frame the corner of the adjacent street intersection. So there are some commercial nodes within PA6. We did want to incorporate some commercial areas, assuming that we had a high population of employees. They need places to go for lunch break. Hopefully there would be some medical offices, maybe a gym, fitness, personal services that they could enjoy very close to their jobs. So within those commercial nodes, this policy is requiring that the buildings be framed along the street to create an interactive pedestrian realm. So if you're walking from the industrial building over to grab lunch, the building is front facing, there might be a gathering space for you. What the applicant is requesting is that the buildings not have to be oriented on the corners. Rather, they'd be looking at providing parking along the frontage, as they believe that meets current market demands better in terms of the commercial uses that they would anticipate being in this planning area. Once again, staff does not recommend this request. The specific plan, as I just mentioned, is carving out land for commercial nodes, really to meet the daily needs of the employees of this industrial park. And then here is an example that would meet our specific plan. You have the buildings sited along the street frontages, along the corners. It also provides an option to create gathering space, so that's this image right here. In the reverse, you would have, your building set back and your parking along the frontage. And so with that, staff is recommending that the council adopt resolution 2023-261, which would deny the amendment requests. And as always, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and take any public comment.
Yes, you need to open the public hearing.
Yes.
And I do have 2 people that would like to speak.
2 people, okay, yeah. So I've got the public hearing open.
Okay, Frank Andrews, to be followed by Jeff Griffin.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Frank Andrews. It's been quite a few years since I've been up here.
Yeah.
In fact, as an aside, the discussion of the Rancho Solano clubhouse and golf course maintenance brought back some great memories. We built that, 30 years ago, I guess. That was the first project that my family worked on here in Fairfield. My family's been in the construction and development business in Fairfield for just a little over 70 years. Hopefully we'll be here another 70 years. I probably won't be, but my kids will be. We're here this evening to discuss Planning Area 6 and the request for the policy amendments. The first one, which is the cross-loading, which is basically having doors in the front and the back of the building so they can be cross-loaded, are basically a necessity for fulfillment centers and distribution centers for the internet marketplace, Amazons and those types of businesses, and it's just a criteria that they insist upon. And if we don't want them, then we just say we don't want them, and we'll move on from there. But I think that they're going to offer some proposals that are methods to mitigate the concerns that have been expressed, and I think they're very satisfactory methods that mitigate the concerns that they have expressed. And I might add two of the comments that I won't take exception with, but I point out the one view of the back of the warehouses, that was from Highway 12, which is actually the back of the building, where we would be allowed to have the doors with no landscaping, so it wouldn't change that situation at all. And also the view from off-site is just as much to the back of the building as probably to the front of the building. And they're going to suggest and propose berms and landscaping, which we participated in West Sacramento, that was very, very effective. The second is the articulation of the building, and they're going to propose that the building roof line and a parapet above the doorways be articulated in and out, but with a straight wall for where the doors are. The third one, we're not going to protest their decision, although I think it is a reality that businesses, retail businesses that don't allow parking in the front of the building and you have to go around to the back, probably aren't nearly as successful as ones, and 99% of the retail you'll see has parking in the front of the buildings. But that's my view. I'm going to introduce Jeff Griffin from North Point, who is a represents a very well-respected nationwide development company, specializes in, among other things, fulfillment centers and distribution centers. So obviously they don't want to have half of their business eliminated because of this condition that we're talking about. But I will turn it over to him and let him explain why it is that he thinks he has solutions that can deal with this problem so that everybody's happy. And Jeff, go ahead.
Thank you, Frank.
Well, I'd say good evening. Maybe at 10 o'clock, I better say good night, Mayor and Vice Mayor and council members.
Were you looking to share some images?
I would like to, if that's okay.
You'll need to be over here then.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't do it from there.
I have it pulled up here, but it's not on the screen yet. It's just.
What's that?
There you go.
I doubled IT.
Look at you.
Am I clicking just, does the mouse click it through?
I have no pictures like that.
Just down.
Who cares? I'm sorry, it's only present from.
I would just click
From PowerPoint, or from PDF, yeah. Maybe just click that bottom arrow.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Appreciate you having me tonight. Jeff Griffin, the West Region Partner for North Point Development. We're one of the larger industrial development firms in the country. We're headquartered out of Kansas City, Missouri. Although I'm a native of California, I was born in Woodland and still live in Sacramento today. So I run our operations here in the West Region. We're excited about this opportunity, and hopefully I could have maybe a little more than 3 minutes, but I'll see what I can do here. Okay. Thank you. So again, just North Point at a glance real quick. Again, we're a large industrial development firm. We own about 150 million square feet of space across the country. That equates to over 100,000 jobs that we've created. You can see the list of the Fortune 100 companies and others that we deal with quite frequently. And then we also have some charities that we enjoy spending time with on the screen there. From a regional look, this is just a quick snapshot. We started here in California, and I opened our office in 2018. We bought our first property and had our first buildings up in late 2019. To date, we've developed almost 10 million square feet of space. to the tune of about $1.1 billion. We've made sizable investments in other areas, and this also depicts some other developments we've done in Nevada, Washington, and Utah. This is just representative photographs from some of our assets. The left photos are elevations of buildings. The center photos are just your typical tenant improvements. And then what you see on the right is what you would assume would happen in a distribution facility. Again, back to Maylee's presentation, you all know the location. I would note that, you know, these nodes of land are set back from Vanden, so there's a good spacing away from the residential community. Just wanted to point that out. And again, this is roughly a 300-acre property, two tranches, 200 acres on the north and 100 acres approximately on the south. That is our conceptual layout. Buildings 2 and 11 are a little over 1 million square foot conceptual buildings. In Sacramento, in the past 3 years, we've developed 2 facilities for Fortune 100 companies, basically to that same specification there. And please note, these walls that you do see, the long walls, those are the dock-facing walls. They're roughly over 1,000 feet long, roughly about 1,500 feet long, so they are quite substantial. As far as the economic impact that this project could create for the city, I do believe this is a conservative estimate. We show operational jobs within these warehouses of anywhere between 1,300 and 1,600 jobs created. I'll note one of our Fortune 100 companies in a similar facility has 1,800 employees in the single facility. The construction job creation is substantial as well, over 1,100 jobs estimated. The property tax revenue, $6.5 million at full build out. We heard the commissioners. There were some comments regarding jobs and wages. We're proud of our jobs. We're proud of the number that this shows, and we're also proud of the wages that are shown, the ranges of the wages that are derived within these facilities. So we stand by that. Also, you will see in other renderings here that you know, the aesthetics are going to be substantial. So we're going to be proud about the look of these buildings as well. Again, that's representative of what we now have in the PUD design guidelines that the commissioners approved. That's some of the retail architecture that's been approved. These are the plant species that we would contemplate landscaping around these facilities with. And that's just the other 100-acre node on the south, same species. Getting specific to our request, so policy 430, as it is a good policy, there is one bullet there that is bolded in red. You know, the loading and rear elevations of the buildings not oriented to the circulation corridors presents a problem for our strategy. Although this is 300 acres, the configuration of these sites does not allow us to turn these buildings in a different orientation to still make up these mega warehouses. And on that note, there has been a shift because of so much e-commerce now that we all enjoy. These facilities are needed, and with this land located in close proximity to the greater Bay Area and the massive population, this is a desirable piece of property being that it's zoned. I do anticipate that this would be an attractive place for one of your Fortune 100 companies or multiples to locate here. So it is important for us to embark upon this project to have the ability, the optionality to site these types of large warehouses. So again, our mitigation that we're offering is landscaping and berms. That is an example rendering. One of the commissioners asked us if we could do a 3D model for a future presentation, which is now, and we heard him loud and clear. This is actually kind of a drone photo, if you will, of what that building on the southern 100 acres would look like. Note the top of those berms do have a shrub planted on top of them. The berms are roughly 6 feet tall, but they do create substantial blockage. We do have a 3D model that hopefully somebody maybe can pull up here. I'd like to see, if you haven't already seen it, it's actual being in a car and seeing the 3D model, seeing the elevation of these buildings as you drive down what would be New Cannon Road. But these are snapshots within that 3D model on the top there of what you would view as you drive along New Cannon. And the bottom two photographs are in West Sacramento. We developed some assets in Southport Business Park, which Frank and his partner actually helped entitle years ago. And the same implementation was constructed there with landscape and berms. And as you can tell, the buildings are barely visible, if visible at all, as you drive down Southport Parkway, the major thoroughfare there. The second request is just the building frontage. So the policy wants articulation in these buildings, and we're fine with articulation in the front public entry areas of these buildings, as you see by that front rendering. The bottom is what we would suggest is the type of articulation we would use. Our request is specific to the cross dock walls, so the long walls of these facilities. Again, that's what's shielded by the landscape and berm in our first request. But the reasoning for no articulation in those dock walls is from a safety perspective. I've never seen a facility. One of the commissioners did point out he saw a facility back in Texas that had articulation in the dock walls. I've been in industrial development for over 20 years. I've never seen a dock wall with articulation. And if you can imagine 70 docking stations for tractor trailers to back in and out of, if you had different wall planes, it creates a substantial safety issue because everybody's looking at different building corners and trying to back into different spaces. So for that reason alone, we're requesting that you would consider amending the specific plan to forego that articulation on those cross dock walls. That's this presentation, but again, if somebody has the ability to pull up that 3D model, it takes 2 minutes to.
I can pull that for you.
Okay.
It's down. Oh, here is the, and I'm not sure which item
great.
it is, but.
Thank you. Can't seem to get it to load. Does it have the movie player on there? Usually it'll just
open, right?
It usually does, yeah.
You know, I think we can skip that. Is that okay, council?
Absolutely.
All right. Yeah, I think, yeah, our eyes are burning. We've been going for a while.
7 o'clock this morning.
7 o'clock this morning. So I'm going to say, is there anybody else who wants to speak?
I don't have any speaker cards, and there are no hands raised online.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the council. Any questions, council?
Thank you.
Do you have any questions for me, or you want me to stay up here?
You could just, if you don't mind. Thank you. Councilman Tonis?
Actually, I'll go.
Count.
Okay. Okay, my question would be to the staff. So what is out of these amendments, like what is the main objection out of the three?
That's a great question. In all honesty, the first two really go together in my
Okay.
eyes, because if you were to allow loading docks on the front facade of a building,
Right.
then that articulation policy comes into play. So
Okay.
those two, if I can make them one, I would say is the key item here that staff would not support.
Okay, I'll do a follow.
Councilman Tonneson?
And of those options, can you?
Yeah.
Because I watched the planning commission meeting, and I was good with their decision. I thought they thought out, but I did not see those other renderings that the gentleman showed. So if staff, I'm good with the planning commission's decisions unless, the council wants to change that up. So that's where I'm at.
Councilman, did you want to speak?
Yeah, my mother-in-law, brother-in-law, a lot of my wife's family live right off of Southport. I drive there all the time. And big warehouses are big warehouses, in my opinion. And if we could bring in a lot of jobs to Solano County and some of these fortune companies, I think with the berm and sure, in a perfect world, a beautiful building would be great. But if it's going to interfere with a lot of jobs and revenue for the Fairfield, I could pass on the different color buildings, in my opinion. So that's all I have to say.
I'm going to go ahead and speak. Looking at the rendering, look, this is about aesthetics, and I get it. It is back from the road quite a bit, from the berm, and from what I saw there, it is industrial.
Yes.
What we need is safety. What we need is Amazon to come in here. Can you bring Amazon here?
I can't guarantee that. But.
Okay, darn it. I was going to try. I am for accepting what you're asking for. I think that aesthetics are aesthetics, but this is an area that is industrial, and people understand that. And when you talked about the articulation with the trucks and so on for safety, I get it. And I also know from some friends who are truckers that a lot of times planners and us, people like us, don't understand how difficult it is to move those vehicles around.
Right.
And so, because you do this kind of a thing all the time, and because of the berms and all that, I'm going to say that I would agree with the changes that you're asking for.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah. Anybody else? Yeah, Councilwoman Williams.
I feel like I probably know the least about industrial real estate development on this dais. But for me, the Highway 12 loading docks, it really resonated to me because I pass by Highway 12 and I'm irritated every time I see those loading docks from the road. It really does irritate me. So for it to show up in one of the presentations resonated for me. Also, in my district, there is a big industrial building, and I hardly ever see a bunch of cars there. I mean, really, it's a handful. For that big old building, I'm wondering, the number of employees that will bring, if that's really accurate. So, and then my third thing is, and it's more for Mealy, you're the expert in the room. What is your counter with some of this gentleman's, some of the things he said? Is there really an issue if we follow your staff recommendation with, the safety and of loading dock that, all the.
Sure. I'll be the first to say I'm not an expert in trucking safety. I think Madam Mayor was right when she said planners and council members don't usually drive semis. But what I will say is when we developed the train station specific plan, a big part of these policies, and I should note that all of these policies are specific to Planning Area 6, so they're specific to the industrial area, and they were put in place with the idea to, A, of course, create beautiful buildings, but really the more important part was for attracting manufacturers. That was the goal in the industrial area out there. We wanted to be able to support some of the industrial businesses that were displaced by us annexing this land in, and then find those high-value employment manufacturers. And in our experience, multiple loading docks, double-sided buildings of loading docks tend to lend towards warehouse and distribution, which tend to have lower employment levels. So that's the primary reason for these policies, and really the reason the Planning Division is not in support of changing those policies.
Yeah, thank you, Madam
Councilman
Mayor.
Vaccaro.
Yeah. So, is there anything that the city possible, I guess it would be, this would be more of a question for our city manager. Is there anything that the city could do to kind of say if there is a traffic issue out there, like Councilwoman Williams said, to try to bring it back to the city with the developer and kind of try to come to some type of an agreement?
I'm sure there's something that we can, look at and work out. As I've been briefing all of you for some time, we do have a shortfall in terms of the transportation impact fee funding in the Northeast area. And so, one of the considerations is simply the construction of the roads that are needed out there, and then the funding through our AB 1600 fees that could potentially fund that. And so, not to confuse that top, right? I mean, that's kind of a separate topic than the items that's before you now.
Right.
Ultimately, are there ways that we could, work things out? Yeah. I mean, there's ideas that, we could discuss if that's what you're leaning towards or that's what you're asking. At the end of the day, in terms of the high value, high manufacturer, and I don't necessarily dispute the facts that they've raised, but I think it comes down to you don't know what goes in these buildings. They're built on speculation,
Right.
And I think that's a fair statement, that they're built on speculation. And so, similar to the mayor's question, can you guarantee it's an Amazon fulfillment center? An Amazon fulfillment center is going to have just about the highest traffic impact from a truck perspective that you can anticipate.
Right.
But it also may bring millions of dollars in sales tax revenue to the city that would be beneficial. There's no guarantee on that, though. It could just as easily be just a warehouse distribution center that has a low jobs count, brings no revenue to the city, but you still get the truck traffic, right? Those are some of those unknowns. And back to what Maylee said, at the end of the day, the specific plan's intent when adopted was to try to attract high-value employers, and there's no guarantee that a warehousing building may bring that.
So, okay, so if it did go back to the city, to you, okay, and the developer, what are we looking at? One or two meetings from now?
So are you asking if
Would it come back to us, or?
if the city council denied this now?
Right, I know that.
And I would look to Maylee, but I believe there would be an opportunity for a comeback. You would always have an option to table this request, at this time for further consideration, and potentially there's something to, work out, with the development parties. If there's certain things that are of interest for the city council, if there's, the visual aesthetics of the buildings, are there things that they then could offer that make up for that? I mean, that I'd be willing to take your direction, the city council's direction on anything like that.
I have a question, since we're talking about aesthetics. let's say we turned this down. Does that mean that those aren't warehouses anymore? What are they going to be used for then? I'm asking you, what are the opportunities if we just decide we don't like the way that it looks, what they've brought around? Because that's what it comes down to, is looks.
If I think I'm understanding you, if you guys were to pass the resolution which denies all the amendments, does that mean there's no warehouses? No, I don't think that's what that means, because you could have a warehousing with just one-sided loading of docks. I mean, you can have a warehousing with one dock, right? I think that varies. But again, at the scale that these buildings are being proposed at 1 million square feet, what is the likelihood that it would be warehousing with double-sided docks? I would say it's very high. I don't know if I answered your question. But you can't guarantee whether it's manufacturing or warehousing. As city manager said, most of these are built on spec.
So maybe I didn't ask that right. I'm wondering if we just approve and do exactly what the planning commission did, which I disagree with, but let's say we did it, there's still going to be some big buildings out there. I mean, they're the same size, right?
Right.
So, or not.
Can I respond to that?
Please do.
So, as I was trying to point out, if you turn these buildings, you can't get 1 million square foot building and face it away from the road. So that's the whole problem here.
Right.
And so these large users, they utilize these cross-dock facilities for their operational needs. Their product goes in one door and it goes out the opposite end of the building. If you have a one-sided building, you eliminate your opportunity for these large users to come in and have throughput through the building.
So when you're talking about these large, give me, for instance.
So probably at least 500,000 square feet and above. You're going to have certainly the requirement for the cross dock. You would rarely see 500,000 square feet or above that's a single-sided building. Again, it's all about the operations of the warehouser and how they bring product in one side and move it out the other side of the building.
Right, so moving.
Correct. So my concern, and I noted this to the commissioners a couple months ago, if denied, the absorption of this type of property, being 300 acres of all industrial, would be much slower and longer. Obviously, these 1 million square foot buildings take up an enormous amount of acreage just for one building and one user potentially, where when you cut it up, if you turn these buildings and you turn into a lot of 100 or 200,000 foot buildings, now you're dealing with more of the local users that maybe they don't create as many jobs. I'm not sure where that comes from, but these are our statistics based upon our portfolio performance. So I would just say that you can't get 1 million square foot building on these sites by turning them another direction. So that's why the request is made. It's an obligation, to develop a large facility to have it face the corridor. And I should note, it's only in a couple locations, right? So it's the one that we showed, and then it could be one at New McCrory, the intersection of New McCrory and existing McCrory.
Sure.
So those are really the only two that we're discussing.
Okay. That answers my question. Thank you. Councilman Tonis.
So if we went with planning's decision, and in 6 months, 8 months, 2 years, whatever the number is, you get because we're speculative right now, so you get a client that needs those double doors. Is that something that we could do down the road? Is it
So an amendment request can be made at any time. So hypothetically, if you deny the applicant's request tonight, however many months down the road, years, however, they could come back and ask for amendment request again.
And that can happen, that won't take 6, 8, 10 months to do? If we made a request like that?
To process the request?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Varo.
Right, yeah, I don't, and I want to make it clear, I don't necessarily agree with the planning commission's decision. You know, I don't see why we can't, something that would benefit the city, if there was talks between the developer and the city manager or the city staff, to bring it back to them and try to work out something that would benefit the city. I don't have a problem with that at all.
And do that now?
I would, yeah. I would recommend
I
that.
could get behind that.
I don't know how everybody else feels.
Can I respond to one?
Sure.
Just the mention of amending. So these deals are very time sensitive in most cases. So to consider a user coming in and you saying, yeah, I have this property, but I still need to go through some sort of variance or amendment process, it doesn't usually put that property at the top of the list. They usually like to know like what their entitlements are and they want to go. So that is a constraint I just want to mention.
I appreciate it. Councilwoman Panduro.
Thank you. So being that everything we're looking at today was coming from a specific plan, I think we do need to think about that. Those things were put in there for a reason. And when we talk about bringing jobs to the city of Fairfield, we always talk about good paying jobs, high wage jobs. And it says right here, and I know it's all speculative, absolutely. But being able to bring in an incubator basis or R&D, I think that would be amazing to have out there. And already, you know, assuming that it's going to be needing a cross dock or assuming it's going to be a warehouse where it would be great to have something other than warehouse jobs. It'd be great to have something else. And so I think if we already are set to, it's like we're already setting our city up for these jobs that, I don't know, what if there's something else better out there that we can bring, but that we can put in there that would supply a good paying job, you know, incubator business or, you know, manufacturer R&D. I think all of those three would be great to go, it would be great to have something like that there. So that's, you know, and thinking about, you know, when we write the general plan, it's for a reason, and the guidelines we place are for a reason. So when this specific plan was put in, it's for a reason, and I don't know, and I would be in favor of too, of just having the city negotiate as well and bringing it back.
Anybody else? We're good. All right, well, how about a motion then?
Developer in the city engage in talks to maybe come to some kind of an agreement that would benefit the city and to them also.
I would second that motion.
Okay, all in favor then?
Aye.
I'm okay with you going back and talking with them.
Yeah.
But, you know, I mean, I don't have the votes here to support your amendments tonight, but yeah. So if you could talk, that'd be great.
Sure. No, appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we not adjourn, just stay here for another half hour, 45 minutes or so?
I was just going to say, let's do the next meeting tonight too. This meeting is adjourned.